As they used? Okay. Hello or good morning. Okay, good morning to everyone, either to those who are present here with us at the symposium venue in person, or to those who are unfortunately with us only online. If only the situation would be different. First, I would like to welcome you at a one-day symposium on theater, dance and performance during and after the COVID-19. At the time when we coined the title of the symposium, we sincerely hoped that in the autumn of 2020, the pandemic outbreak would already enter the human history as a past event. Obviously, we were far too optimistic. Instead of the end of the pandemic, we were witnesses of temporal end of theater and performance. Without any doubts, this closure of theater has profound effect on everyone who is currently involved in theater, as well as on the future of theater itself. What will be the outcomes of this mass? We still do not know exactly, but it is on us, who are professional explainers, with great pleasure, of everything that relates to theater and performance, to deliver plausible explanations of this unique historical phenomenon in which we are all right now. Hence, I understand our one-day symposium, but a simple contribution to this effort. The symposium is organized in cooperation between the Festival Borštnikovo Srečanje and the Association of Theatre Critics and Researchers of Slovenia. In this matter, I would like to express a deep gratitude to the artistic director of the Festival Borštnikovo Srečanje, Mr. Aleš Novak, who kindly provided us with shelter in the times of need and offered us a space and means needed to arrange the symposium under the wing of the festival. However, due to the other obligation, he could not join us at the moment, but he will join us later on. But we have with us the president of the Association of Theatre Critics and Researchers of Slovenia, Zala Dobovšek, and I would like to ask her if she could step in and say a few words on behalf of the association. Please, Zala.
Thank you, Tomasz. I will be very short. Big regards to everyone. I'm here in the name of the Association of Theatre Researchers. I'm sending a big regard to all the guests online. Thank you for your contributions. We are looking forward to hear a lot of interpretations about COVID and its reaction to the theater and production and our lives. So I would like to thank you also the Festival Borštnikovo Srečanje, Maribor Festival, which is very kindly producing us our event every year. I wish you all a pleasant event, full of inspiration, and all best to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Zara, for your kind words. I suggest that we just start our today's meeting, and our first presenter will be Ophelia Jiadai Huang. I apologize, Ophelia, if I mispronunciate your name. Ophelia is a cultural worker, artist and dramaturg based in Shanghai, working currently as Director of International Projects in Shanghai Dramatic Arts Center and Program Director of ACT Shanghai International Theatre Festival. With a decade of experience working for International Cultural Agency in China, her area often sits the intersection of performance, cultural policy and international relations. Ophelia receives MA from University of Warwick and University of Arts in Belgrade. Ophelia, please, the stage is now yours. Okay. So, Ophelia, I'm sorry, we don't hear you. Can you wait a second, please? We will fix the problem. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We'll have to start.
No problem.
Okay, yeah.
Is it better?
The sound is back.
Okay,
Proceed,
cool.
please.
Okay. I want to apologize because with the pictures, there's a couple of pictures I want to share, but I don't know like whether how it works here, as this is not in one PowerPoint. But maybe I think maybe it's not important. Maybe I can put it in the chat or send a link later on the website. But I think today mainly the topic I want to talk about is called the dynamic jungle, and is about the theater and artists and the market, which also includes audience, how these three interact in a changing time, and what pandemic brings any change to the cultural landscape, especially between the artists, the dynamic between artists and the theater. And my presentation intends to provide perspective on the subject, but because considering most of the people today, I think at the symposium, maybe not very familiar with the structure of performing arts scene in China, which is very different from a European Union context. So maybe I will start the presentation from a concise summary on the history and policies that shaped what we call the system, which is how the infrastructure that the theaters institutions particularly work in China. Because I think this is a key to the understanding of the phenomena that I want to describe later. And afterwards, then I will briefly introduce the COVID-19 measures in mainland China in relation to the impacts on the performing arts since January 2020, and with the focus on the changes brought to the performing arts venues, and also the examples of how artists respond to the situation, as well as how technology has played a key role in changing the dynamic. Because China is a very big country with very uneven level of development in terms of culture and arts, especially in performing arts. So the case is that later I will talk about is mostly from the economically developed area, urban areas such as Beijing, Shanghai, and the research is partly based on my own observation of the sector as both an artist as well as a programmer of a producing house. So I reckon that they may be inevitably subjective with the limits by my own experience. And so the reason I start talking about the history is because it's probably quite difficult to understand China's present without understanding its past, and especially that the society has been through a drastic change in the past 5 decades, and the culture sector is very much a reflection of all that process. And after the whole country recovered from the catastrophic 10 years of Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976, the whole, the national, regional, and local level of fully subsidized theater and dance troupes at that time was the only unit to practice and create performing arts. So artists must be employed by one of them to be recognized and work as an artist. There's no other way exists. So the employment was always permanent, and the culture sector operates as a kind of socialist plan economy model from 1978 to 1992, which means very limited number of productions with a unitary style. And there was also at the time no market for performing arts because the tickets to the performance would be free or at very, very low price, usually distributed to the public through their working units like factories or schools, and then as a welfare or education. So at that time, artists did not need to think about their audience except the people. And however, with the economic reform and opening up of China, performing arts sector soon had to deal with a lot of changes. And so the theater where I currently work for was established in such a period because in 1995, Shanghai People's Art Theater and Shanghai Youth Theater Troops, both of them, they are two fully subsidized troops, both founded back in the 1950s with very important role in the Chinese history of drama. In 1995, these two organizations were merged to build a new enterprise entity called Shanghai Dramatic Art Center, or SDAC, which the organization has a mission to explore new ways of producing and management, also include building a theater of our own. And the performing arts sector at that time, with thousands of troops in the whole country and a massive amount of lifelong employees. So you can imagine it's called the last fortress of planned economy by the Chinese media and academia. And the Shanghai Dramatic Art Center was a pioneer experiment of so-called structural change of state-owned art troops in China. It was driven by the need to reduce the heavy financial pressure on the government, as well as to find a new model of motivation and sustain the performing arts production. So they decided to do such a structural experiment. And so in 1998, the Chinese central government announced a total shift from the market orientation for all of the state-owned enterprises, including the cultural ones such as us. And the performing arts unit must reform our management structure towards a more enterprise way of operating. So up to 2012, 95% of performing arts troops across the country, which there is a statistic saying more than 2,000 of them. So 95% of all these 2,000 performing arts units, they were subject to the structural change. And at that time, by 2012, they have already completed the task. And then among them, 60 or 61% of which has changed into an enterprise that are only partially funded by public money. So the companies have more freedom now to decide what they want to produce and also their own business model according to what the market demands. And artists and performing arts professionals have to start to think very seriously about the audience for their own survival. And so with this deepening process of reform and also the establishment of market economy since 2000, the private sector and also the freelancers start to find rooms in the cultural ecosystem in China. There is increasing number of arts venues, theater, museum, private space, and very large young urban population with an appetite for arts and also more disposable income. So the big commercial corporates with branding and marketing budget also came in. So all of these contribute to the change with their very diverse demands. And for the first time, artists finally have more choices in their artistic career and also way of living, other than just to find a job or be associates with a subsidized theater or company. So they can earn now their living and also fund their arts through like teaching in the private sector and providing artistic service to business or setting up their own company to work on arts projects. And nowadays, a lot of middle career or established artists in Chinese performing arts scene, such as theater director Meng Jinghui or Li Jianjun, or choreographer Tao Ye, who is from the Tao Dance Theater. They all operate and produce through their own company and collaborate with different art venues to get income through ticket sales. And some other ones even developed a successful profit business model within their own artistic company, such as choreographer dancer Xie Xin, who also runs her own dance and casual apparel brand. And so the title or a project from a state-owned arts institution, which including our theater, is no longer the only way for artists to survive or to sustain their own practice. So with this link directly with the market and the audience, the artists can also work fully independent from the official funding system. So some of them receive certain public funding through projects and theater hosting their performance, but it's not essential for them for their survival or practice. And so the change in the funding system is much slower in China than actually the practice in the scene. The different level of public funding are still given only to the state-owned arts institution and enterprises, or what we call is an entity within the system. So there's a research on the China National Arts Fund, which is established very recently, only 7 years ago. It has a huge annual budget, like 2 billion yuan, but it was highly expected before it was established. But afterwards, people realized actually the criteria for get funding is very much associated with the content and as well as the aesthetic choice. So individual artists, especially theater makers who want to be to have like contemporary practice and also critical expression, is always excluded from this funding system. And so there are data that in the paper later there will be published. So I will not go through a lot of the data there, but it's stunning to find out, say, for example, if you look at annually, there are more like 127 projects. Only 4 out of more than 100 that was submitted to given to private company, and all of these ones getting funding also producing mainstream or very traditional Chinese opera or entertainment. So it's a very sad situation there, and so therefore the artists, the theater and dance artists who is seeking contemporary expressions and not associated with the state system, they have very little chance to receive any funding directly from any public funding body. So therefore, it's not surprising to see that the young generation of Chinese theater and dance artists that are mostly based in cosmopolitan cities like Beijing and Shanghai, because only in these places they can be more reliant to a very developed private sector and a very diverse cultural scene to sustain their art and life, rather than through public funding system. And in big cities, the artists can interact with their audience and also their sponsors and the clients without conservative censorship or the whatever the instructional oppression. And the alternative model of making arts also attracts and benefit not only the artists who choose this way of working, but also increasingly young artists who don't want to submit themselves to the traditional hierarchy or power structure within the sector. So above, that's a very concise summary of how the ecosystem of performing arts evolves in mainland China in the past decades. And so in 2020, when the pandemic hits almost every corner of the world, the performing arts, I believe everyone here agrees, that is among one of the most damaged sector. even though China is one of the quickest to start recovery after taking very strict measure, the performing arts was still one of the last sector to for the ban to be lifted, very much later than like restaurants or supermarket and so on, and it is often considered like non-essential in a time of crisis. So I will very quickly just explain how the pandemic measures have impacted the theater and artists respectively. So people in China, they start to worry about this news from mid-January last year. And after the news of the Wuhan hospital receive patients with unknown disease and so on. And very soon that this start to have a very strict lockdown measure to put Wuhan on the lockdown. And then this lockdown very soon spread to all of the country within days, actually, at the beginning of Chinese New Year holiday last year, which is end of January. And then all the cultural venues across the country have implied to the measurement immediately after the announcement to postpone, and later canceled all the performance and together with rehearsals because no one was supposed to work during that time. And no one expected this virus impact was so long because a lot of people think, okay, it's just a battle that could be won after a very short period. Like SARS we had in 2003, but everyone was wrong. And so the new cancellation kept announced until April. And luckily this very strict lockdown like mask and quarantine measures proved effective. So with the numbers of new local cases per day in the whole country reduced to only like 1 digit in April last year. So the lockdown was lifted province by province. But the public performance didn't resume until late May last year. And the pandemic measure was made with a lot of unity. So the whole country applies the same standard, including the identification of low, high, middle risk, and a time to open the venue and the limit of venue capacity. So the whole country is always use the same system. And the measurements on the performing arts sector is essentially made by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Beijing. So there is no difference to whether it's public owned or private owned, it's all the same. And when the situation remains stable since April, the venues started to open up slowly from 30% to 50% in August last year, and the middle scale performance allowed. And then in September, the limit was raised to 75% of the capacity, regardless of how big it is. And then when I was finalizing the research, the capacity limit in China was totally lifted. So it's 100% ever since mid-March this year, sorry. So but still in any stage, regardless the percentage, the theaters must keep a good ventilation and register all the audience information, and also to take measure of everyone's temperature. And while all the audience need to show their digital health code, it's a kind of some scanning system, and also to keep the mask during the entire performance. So it's still the case right now. And at the same time, for the artists, is slightly different cases that can. Sorry. And by the way, before talking about artists, the need to fight against negative financial impact, because all the extra costs to implement all the measures and lost income, they have to take care of it themselves, because a lot of the venues, most of the venues actually hold these ticketed events are public-owned enterprises. So although there are some level of government funding to them normally, they are still very much reliant to the tickets income to sustain the program. So when you can imagine that when the capacity limit was 50%, it was very difficult for them to cover that. So a lot of them didn't resume performance until late September. And then the domestic touring, which is financially more sensitive to box office income, it didn't happen until October. But on the other hand, the market for all people's, the audience intention to see live performing arts recovered very quickly. So there has been a lot of not only the digital content, but also that's different formats, new formats, for example, outdoor performances and artists going to the countryside. All these different new formats attracts a lot more audience than before. And there's another factor that a lot of the audience, they choose to spend their leisure time locally because travel gets more complicated. So actually the market, we say, for performing arts is bigger than before the COVID at the moment. And at the same time, that's slightly different from the a lot of the discussion about creating digital content and exploring new format online. In China, because the developed digital economy and the abundant online entertainment, and at the same time the theater and all the live performance are also open, it becomes the very different balance, because actually people, after a while, people get really tired of all the digital content, and the audience will all opt to go to see live performance. So it creates a very interesting contrast to a lot of the situation in other countries. And at the same time, because the travel limits and the border control remains very tight, suspension of the visa and entry permit for or the non-essential travel to China, including cultural activities, has been taken effect for almost a year now. So there's no performance or rehearsal or face-to-face exchange with any international artist or arts professional is possible. And so in cities like Beijing and Shanghai, which usually attract many international performing arts companies to perform and collaborate here every year, with a wide range of festivals and venues, all these international programs get suspended, and theater and festival, they have to program more local artists to fill the empty slot. So, for example, the Shanghai International Dance Center, which usually 40% of their program would be international before the pandemic, they have instead commissioned or presented more than 15 new projects by early or mid-career Chinese choreographer in 2020. So some of them never presented in a subsidized theater in Shanghai before. So this is something very, very new in the scene. And the theaters, the festival that I program is held annually to present mainly contemporary international productions. But after cancellation of last year's edition, we have to shift the resources to launch a laboratory platform, also to support local artists' experiments, and also the alternative producing model within the institute. So right now for us is probably still too early to say that whether this turn is temporary or how much this way of working in a subsidized theater would change after the pandemic is over. But nonetheless, this positive phenomenon, as artists are getting considerably more opportunity at the moment from all the theaters and institutions, and to many artists working in the independent scene, the theater within the system, like Shanghai Dramatic Arts Center or mostly other big stages, in the past it was a world close to them, and which now they are much more open in their gesture because they have to. And to the venues, the pressure to secure good content locally is also pushing them to think more about nurturing a network of local talents rather than just say, yeah, we invite some international program. So as a result, some of them also become more risk-taking in their programming. So the situation is at the same time also complicated with the artists, especially those ones who choose to stay outside of the funding system. So the artists working with big theater like us, like in our ensemble, for example, they can receive their basic salary and 75% of all the other fees for any kinds of projects during the period when series is closed. And now when series back in operation, everything is business as usual, and they get even more busier. But at the same time, that there are a lot of the artists outside of the system. They are doing very interesting practice to really extend the alternative model of producing, and also to mobilize their own connections or network to, for example, organize discussions, share experience, talking about income making, job, and community support. As the members in these independent networks, they believe there should be more discussion like this about, or more openly about money in the overall sector. And
okay, Ophelia, excuse me, Ophelia, but your time ran out.
I realize that. Yeah, yes, there's only just 2 examples, but this, I think, the general structure and information is there. So I think we will
see if anyone has any question.
Yeah, sure.
I apologize. We have a rather complicated technological system of streaming
no problem.
This
I understand
conference,
that.
And we don't have Wi-Fi here. Anyway, if anyone who is looking our stream, who is watching our stream, if anyone who is only on Zoom would like to ask any question, please put your question into a YouTube media stream on the bottom of the. You can ask. I apologize on behalf of the organizer for this complete inconvenience. Anyway, does anyone in the conference room have a question for Ophelia? I would just like, if nobody has a question, I would like to ask you, were there any reaction from current political establishment in China when this pandemic outbreak happened in terms of cultural policy? Any specific, can you answer my question in only a few sentences, because we have to go on.
No problem. The answer is quite straightforward. There's no any official announcement or even notice on the talking about the change of the cultural policy. I think maybe there was only one moment that they were at the policy level. They were really looking at digital content as a kind of a quick solution, which nobody really believes in, and because it's very clearly that's not what the audience wants. But somehow it's just more like a ticking box. And other than that, in terms of funding, in terms of the support to new ways of experimenting and producing, there is a zero.
Okay, thank you. We have a question.
Dear Ophelia, hello.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I would just ask you, what about the censorship now in this last time when everything was almost digital? And it means that did the state really control the content as well as it did before? Just a short answer, please.
You mean on the digital format or in general?
I mean, in general, and in those times of COVID, when a lot of performing contents moved to digital world.
Yes, actually, in the digital platform, I would say the censorship is made slightly more easier with the technology, because they can censor the things you type and as on the social media. But actually, with a lot of the practice very quickly after the theater reopens, moved back to offline. There's the space that sits outside of the censorship is still there, and I would say that it was intact and probably is even expanding. So the digital space certainly is not a kind of a solution for a lot of artists to escape censorship. No.
Okay, thank you. My greetings and thanks for everything what you told us. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight, Ophelia, into the situation in China. And now we're going to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Renida Baltrushaite. She is a sociologist and coordinator of the contemporary circus festival Circuliația. Please.
So hello everyone. Yeah, it's strange to be here online and also in your screen, in other screens. So okay, so as you see, I will present some kind of I would like to call it a case about and a success story of a contemporary circus festival. And maybe it will be a little bit biased perspective because I'm a coordinator of this festival, but I try to be as objective as I can, but you will see. Okay, so shortly, just an introduction, what is Circuliația itself? So Circuliația is, as I already mentioned, a contemporary circus festival, which is happening annually during 2 weeks of summertime, and yeah, and it's actually happening not in the capital, but in a like the decentralized way in a second biggest city of Lithuania. And also, I would like to shortly introduce how it's developed until now, because it's really new festival. It's still developing, and also contemporary circus in Lithuania as a performing art is still developing, and so it's really, I guess, important to present a little bit of a background. So the festival itself actually started in 2015, and it repeated in 2016 the same form. As an educational workshop, a form of summer camp for youth, and so yeah, it started like this, just several events with a bigger ending event, and in 2016 we had one small street performance from abroad, and there were also workshops for amateurs, because at that time there were no like professional contemporary circus artists. And by this presenting from the beginning of the festival, I would like to show what we took from 2015 and 16. So and later on what we took from like each year, and we built the festival form as it is now. So from 2015 and 16, we took those educational workshops, and this our intention to educate about contemporary circus, not only professionals but also amateurs and different kind of artists. Also, okay, going to 2017, we tried a new thing. We tried to, besides all of those programs, I'm not presenting you here now, but the main important thing here is that we tried to show some of the performances outside the city center. So in a distance from the city center, in one micro district, where is not much of a cultural events happening there. So it was just how to say the thing we tried, and it really worked well. So we took also this idea to the next year. And in 2018, we also did in another district of Kaunas, we did also our festival, and we how to say it happened near residential Soviet blocks, and also near abandoned market, where performances were happening. Also, there were a lot of other things like workshops, a lot of events involving a local community, not only to introduce them with the contemporary circuit, but also to help them to discuss their own problems through cultural activities, through art, and yeah. And also we had a mission to develop a little bit of contemporary circus community, because there were several artists that at that time finished and got degrees in contemporary circus like abroad, because in Lithuania we do not have any contemporary circus schools, but they got degree abroad, and they came back at that time. So we wanted to give them a stage to perform, and not only to give a stage, but also to introduce them with each other, for creating something, for creating an association, and etc. So at this point, from 2015 until 2018, we could say that we established some kind of a festival form that we wanted to keep it for the future. So it was really important of a decentralization of all the activities during the festival, involvement of local community, also doing workshops and like events just to inform about, or to educate about contemporary circus itself as an art form, and also to connect professionals, Lithuanian artists and international artists for I don't know, for future creations and etc. So in 2019, we could call it as a peak of circulatia, because I don't know, as organizers, we are very proud of this year. Okay, so shortly, what happened? So we took all of the positive examples from those years that festival happened before 2019, and we actually tried to put everything successful. Of course, not repeating itself. Again, taking the new micro district in Kaunas, then taking new space, and yeah. So, but taking all the good forms and all the good examples from the previous year. So in 2019, we did a festival in abandoned orphanage as some kind of a I don't know, metaphor for maybe contemporary circus in Lithuania itself as an orphan, because as I mentioned, we do not have any at that time we did not have any circus school or circus higher education to get a degree or something like that. So well, I don't know what else I should mention about this. So yeah, it was really successful. A lot of again activities and all of that decentralization, involvement of community happened, and yeah, actually we did our best, and it was like really very successful. And after this peak, we were very I don't know if you use informal that word, hyped about the next year. And in Lithuania, cultural policy, so the festival itself gets the most of the funds from Cultural Council. So we do write the main project there, and for several small other activities we write other projects. So the main funding goes from Culture Council, and we need to write a project. For example, after 2019, we were very hyped. We were very happy. So we needed to write a project at the end of that year for the next year. So as you see in autumn, we wrote a project, and actually at the end of the year, just after Christmas, we were the project was accepted and we got funded. So from this point, 2020 started really like promising. We learned from those previous years. We learned from the problems and bad situations that still happened in 2019, and we thought that we are really prepared for 2020. Beside this, we wrote additional project for community activities in our city municipality. So we were also for that we will get that funding, and also two of our team. There are from 4 to 5 organizers of this festival. So two people of our team got also scholarships for visiting other festivals during 2020. So we thought it will be there will be a lot of perspectives. It will be great, but actually, as all of us know, what happened in Europe during 2020, and then specifically in March. So it's started. COVID actually did a lot of work here, and yeah. So I wanted to shortly just introduce how the timeline exactly of cultural politics, just shortly how it went. So after being on that peak as organizers, we went to a very strict lockdown, and we do not know what to do, what will happen in June. So there was no possibility to think and to organize anything at all. So how it went with the cultural politics. So in March, actually, Lithuanian Council for Culture, as I mentioned, we get the main funding from there, and most of the artists got fundings there. So they announced that this quarantine is a force majeure, and nobody needs to give the money to transfer money back. They just need to change project and to adapt the project to the situation. So it was great news, but still there were a lot of other artists who do not get money for projects, who did not get any like scholarships, and they were left without possibility to perform, without any possibility to rehearse, and etc. So later on, after announcing that lockdown, actually, I don't know the exact time, 17th of March, I guess. So the same Council for Culture announced that they will give scholarships for artists, but actually this was not a direct support, but also everybody needed to write some kind of a project. But a lot of changes happened during April because as being, I guess I didn't mention, but the Festival Circulația is not an organization itself. There is Association Performans that organizes this festival, and Performans is NGO. So as being NGO, we started to notice that a lot of what people are talking during cultural politics, they're not presenting NGOs. So a lot of NGOs gathered together, and they organized advocacy and association of non-governmental performing arts organizations. And from this point, we could say that it started to be more helpful politic decisions. So yeah, so I guess I skip to the end. And actually, at the end of May, we started to think that Circulația could be possible, not only at the end, but during May, because we needed to organize the main program. So we started to see that it will be possible, and but without any international artists and community program. So to sum up all the cultural politics, so actually they were announced that artists will get way much more funding than it was expected to. So they were supported 10 times more artists and 5 times more projects. And actually, Circulația, as I mentioned before, as being in this force majeure situation, we needed just to adapt. We don't need it to transfer the money back. So we took part of the funding and we adapted the program and left the other part of the money to the next year, to 2021. So what we did during 2020, so shortly, we digitalized, also kept it relocated, and rearrange our financing. So we looked into paying artists and coordinators more than just to keep them, because there was no possibility to get payment from any other kind of activities. So we shortly about the program, there was no possibility to make a conference as we thought. We did something new form. We tried to make a podcast, and it was very people really enjoyed this form, to see a podcast with a contemporary circus artist that will come next year. There were also performances there were several workshops, and at the end of the workshop, so we performed work in progress. So there were some kind of small events, not announced events, so people just accidentally could see in that micro-district contemporary circus performances. There were also, we understood that it's really important to document all of these in a very high quality. So as you see, there are a lot of pictures, and there's a lot of possibility to see videos of circulation. Okay, and so I just made a short sum up or conclusions, what we thought about bringing and leaving behind, bringing to the next year and leaving behind. So what we learned from Circulate 2020, we learned that it is really important to have a scenario B and scenario C. Of course, it's not possible to see the circumstances that may happen, but just still in case have some kind of extra scenarios. Also, it is possible to do some kind of activity in planned spaces because of a festival form itself. So we kept the spaces, but did it the events a little bit in a different form. Also, to introduce performances to smaller audiences. So we, as we did in 2021, so there was a little bit quite the same situation, but not as strictly as it was in 2020. So we tried to visiting smaller audiences in other Lithuanian regions, with the same performances as we were presenting in Kaunas. So decentralization is really important to making new forms as a podcast and doing some kind of activities remotely, and working in open spaces also. So it really helped because we needed to follow not as much restrictions as it needed to follow if we were doing performances in closed spaces. And just shortly to show how it went, because it's actually just a week ago we finished Circulate 2021. So it happened in again in closed territory, but not inside the buildings. It happened in a backyard of abandoned beer brewery. So yeah, so there were also a lot of workshops, a lot of Lithuanian artists, and also this time we had possibility to again invite international artists and to visit, we mentioned residences, regions of other regions of Lithuania. But despite all of this successful event, we did not have a possibility to invite local community, but still there was free events for people with physical disabilities and like that. So we at that time we tried to again to come back closer to people and community and the neighborhood. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Renida, for your presentation. Do we have any question for Renida? Renida, I kind of understand that the future of your festival is guaranteed. You are obviously a successful case. Can you give us an estimation what the future might bring for this festival, just in a sentence or two?
Yeah, by this presentation, I really feel that it's very successful, and but if there was no possibility, like this year in 2021, to again to have international and professional contemporary circus artists, to introduce them to come to the festival, it's I guess it would lost part of itself. So if we are still have a possibility to invite international artists to for giving lectures, doing workshops, and by presenting their performances, and if we have a possibility to invite a local community to educate them about contemporary circus, also to create them a stage to discuss their own problems through circus, and not even through circus, but through performing art, because we're also inviting to show performing artists like contemporary theater performances during the festival. So if we have a possibility, so to sum up, if we have a possibility to invite international contemporary circus professional scale festival, and if we have a opportunity to invite community around the festival, I guess it stays, the festival itself stays successful, because without these components, I guess there wouldn't be a success story. So yeah.
Thank you, Renita, for your contribution. Our next presenter is Ivan Medenica. He's literally a star in the field of theater studies. And yeah, well, what can we do? That's the fact. He works at the Faculty of Dramatic Arts as a professor of the history of world drama and theater in the introduction to theater and performance studies. He has given guest lectures at Humboldt University, Berlin, the Yale School of Drama, and etc. He's an active theater critic and has received 6 times the National Award for the Best Theater Critics. Congratulations. His book, The Tragedy of Initiation or The Inconsistent Prince, was also awarded as the best book of theater published in Serbia. It was also translated in Slovenian language. We are in Macedonian language. We are all proud of. He was artistic director of Sterino Pozorje in Novi Sad and one of the main editors of the journal Teatron. He is a member of the International Association of Theater Critics, Executive Committee, and the director of its conferences. Medenica is the artistic director, currently, the artistic director of BITAF since 2015. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Tomasz, for inviting me, first of all, to this conference, and of course, thank you for this flattering introduction. I would like to greet all our colleagues who are online, but especially those of you who are physically present in this conference room, because due to the difference in time zones, and this is also a challenge, this is always a challenge when organizing an online conference in these days. I mean, this is not an online, this is a hybrid format, which is very difficult, I know that, and congratulations for the whole team for achieving this. So due to this difference in time zones, in some parts of the world we have to start very, very early. So in Europe we started it at 8 a.m., which is really very early, at least for me. But now I feel completely refreshed after 3 cups of coffee, and I will start with my presentation. After the presentation, I hope I will be rather short. I will show you a clip, a very brand new clip, which I got yesterday, and it's an illustration of what I'm going to talk about. So the title of my presentation is on BTEF, the pandemic and new forms. The aim of my original paper that will be published in the proceedings from this conference is to present 3 theater forms that appear to be responses by contemporary performing arts to different limitations caused by the coronavirus pandemic, but also by the challenge imposed by global ecological crisis. We should not forget that, conspiracy theories aside, the coronavirus pandemic has resulted from the destruction of the global ecosystem. From the point of view of both theater and the international theater festivals, the ecological crisis and the pandemic are linked by the similar restriction they impose to us. On the first place, there is a health risk of physical gathering, physical proximity of human bodies, both on stage and in auditoriums, in the context of a pandemic. This was the reason why, as it was put in your Tomasz introduction to this conference, I quote Tomasz, the theatrical world was arrested. I liked this formulation very much. But besides this major obstacle, there is another challenge that theater, and especially international theater festivals, are facing in the times of pandemic. A collapse of international traffic, especially the air one. But this concrete obstacle, in combination with similar phenomena such as quarantine or self-isolation, is not only caused by the pandemic. The air traffic has already been recognized as one of the main sources of air pollution and thus dangerous to global ecosystem. This is why there are more and more international theater artists who don't want to use this traffic anymore and thus completely stop traveling. You can imagine how big challenge this could be for an international theater festival. The 3 above announced exemplary theater responses to ecological crisis and the pandemic that I referred to in my original paper are the following one: franchise performances, performances on the internet, or more precisely on the Zoom platform, and C, performances in which human bodies are subsidized by robots. I'm not saying that other possible responses could not exist, but I focus in the original paper only on those models of so-called anti-pandemic or ecologically sustainable theater that I have personally recognized over the past 2 years and from a very specific perspective, the one of a curator of an international theater festival, and as it was said, and you know this, I'm the artistic director of Belgrade International Theater Festival, BTEF. The 3 concrete examples of the 3 anti-pandemic and ecologically sustainable theatrical forms that I discussed in my original paper are the following ones. So these are the examples of the forms that I have already mentioned. A project sustainable theater because there is a question mark. Sustainable theater, this is a project which is going to be in the making in 2021 by Katie Mitchell and Jérôme Bell in the production of Théâtre Vidi from Lausanne, Switzerland. This would be an example of franchise performance. Cherry Orchard in the Cherry Orchard by Bobo Jelčić in the production of De Facto company from Zagreb as an example of performance on the Zoom platform or on the internet, and C, Uncanny Valley but by Stefan Kegi in co-production of Rimini Protocol Collective and Münchener Kammerspiele as an example of performances with digital bodies. When I speak when I refer to digital bodies, I'm referring to the notion of Steve Dixon, who says that the performance digital body implies virtual, cyborg, and robot body, these three categories, three notions. So for him, digital body implies either virtual or cyborg or robot body. The virtual body belongs only to virtual space. It does not exist in physical terms. And as such is always an image, a representation of another body. Cyborg, as we know, is a human body with the mechanical interventions, while robot is completely a mechanical a machine. So this was a kind of explanation of this theoretical frame when I refer to digital bodies. In this short introduction to my presentation, this was all the introduction, I have been referring all the time to my original presentation, original paper. The reason is that yesterday I realized that due to the necessity of necessary time limitation of the conference presentation and complexity of my other theoretical elaborations, I will focus in this presentation uniquely on what I called franchise performances, with its representative example, the one I have already mentioned, sustainable theater. I'm not in the position to give you either a performance or historiographic analysis of this performance, to refer to the two main methodological approaches in theater and performance studies defined by Erika Fischer-Lichte. So neither performance analysis or historiographic analysis, for the very convincing reason. This performance still doesn't exist. It will premiere only in late September this year. So I will just present you the project upon the material that was possible for me to check. So the main, premise, starting point of this particular project's sustainability, which is also its most prominent feature in this, at least initial phase of the work, is that this project excludes any type of travel. The authors, famous English director Katie Mitchell, and also very famous French choreographer Jérôme Bel, will neither travel over the period of the initial preparations, nor will they move and be physically present in Lausanne during rehearsals. Adopting the approach that Jérôme Bel has been exercising since 2007, whenever he worked in places to which he would have to travel by plane, the two of them will not leave their cities at all, but will hold the online rehearsals with the performance in Switzerland, in Lausanne. It is actually their ecological awareness, the fact that both of them refuse to fly by planes for the same reason, air pollution and everything that has already been mentioned, what primarily link these two authors, the fact that they both don't travel, refuse to travel by plane, and by the time my text is being written, they have never met in real life, physically. They know each other only online, like Ophelia and myself, although I think I have met Ophelia somewhere. This restriction does not relate to the preparation of the project only, but also to the performance itself once it is finished. The performance will not be played out of the theater where it is produced, so only in Theater VD Lausanne. In other words, as the authors of the project will not travel during the preparations, so the performance will not travel to other cities. But this is, however, not 100% true. Swiss performance, technical staff, producing staff will not travel, that's for sure, nor will the stage design and other physical elements of the performance be transported to another place. But performance itself will still be played out of Lausanne. Partners from other towns, BTEF maybe, who want to present this performance will work with local performers and the local director, who will be free, which is very important, this is a very important notion for the further discussion, who will be free, the local director and local performers, who will be free to introduce some local motives. And all this will be based on a very detailed script provided by Theater VD. So if you would like to perform it in Maribor, or Belgrade, or wherever, you will get this very detailed script, which I will explain now, and local performers and local director could work upon this script. An important, if not the crucial aesthetic feature is that this script is not only a spoken text, let us call it drama or a play, but it also includes stage directions, choreography, for example, all the details about choreography, mise en scène, etc. And besides these technical requirements as well. For example, the main technical requirement for this particular project, Sustainable Theatre, belongs to the concept of ecological sustainability 100%, since it concerns a reduce of electricity. So this show will be a stage made by a very reduced means of electricity, which is maybe very convenient from the managerial point of view, if Aleš you would like to invite it as well. So this is the main technical requirement. In other words, performances played out of Theater VD Lausanne will never represent, this is I think crucial aesthetical thing to understand, will never represent new staging of the same text, dramatic text, but a reenactment of the same very elaborated, detailed stage text. And I use the notion of a stage text in the sense of a global staging score, which involves all the theater languages, spoken language, space, sounds, actors, task, rhythm, lighting, etc. Richard Schechner, I am quoting him, says, the stage text is the score, the total mise en scène. This is, I think, the best expression, the total mise en scène, and everything that precedes a performance in order to enable the creation of the score. So, end of quote by Richard Schechner. Okay, so this is the reason. So you get as a festival or, like theater that would like to present out of VD this performance, you got this score and you work with local artists. That is why I call this, I use an expression, this is my expression, and I'm very, aware of the fact that it is controversial, that's why I use it, franchise. What is very important in this project as well is that, as a matter of fact, it is not a franchise. Since, as I have already stressed many times, local artists are not only allowed, but also encouraged to include some local material, local motives related to the topic of the performance. And not only artists. Besides artists, others can also contribute to the local character of the performance, as it is the case in the original VD version, because in the original, so to say, original version in VD, in the process of making the show, they include scientists from various disciplines linked to ecological issues, as well as environmental activists. The interesting thing is that the whole scientific and activist team comes from the University of Lausanne. There are 6 of them, and all of them are women. So you have also an aspect of ecofeminism, which is another interesting notion, but I don't have time to talk about it here. And honestly speaking, I'm not an expert in ecofeminism. Okay, faced with objections, this could be an objection, that a critical remark that could be imposed to the project, that insisting on this local aspect could jeopardize international theater cooperation and lead to closing within a narrow social and cultural boundaries. But Katie Mitchell rejects this critical comment and claims very strongly in an interview that, on the contrary, this particular project is an avant-garde, that's the word she uses, is an avant-garde in terms of shaping new forms of establishing international cooperation. So for her, this is an exemplary performance of a new model of international cooperation within performing arts. And what will be the concrete topic of the show? By the time I was writing the text, the time this text has been written, it is still unknown. Judging from the same interview given by Katie Mitchell, it is clear that the topic will fully correspond to the described form of the production, which means that it will also focus on ecology, tackling the issues of global climatic changes, air pollution, and so on. The third and maybe most important aspect of this project, aside of this production model and team itself, is theater form. Which theater form this project will have? Mitchell says that the form will be in line with the global approach of the project, this franchise model, and its also ecological topic. However, this third aspect, form itself, is a big challenge, and Mitchell is aware of it. And I would stress that it is really a big challenge, and I don't know how they will fight with it. As stated by Mitchell herself, the most appropriate theater mode would be a play on how climate changes influence human lives and human destinies. But where is the problem here? This would support anthropocentric approach. Again, what is the problems that we humans have with air pollution and other climatic changes and other ecological issues? An anthropocentric approach should be avoided when we advocate for the renewal of ecological balance, because we humans are the main problem are causing the main problems to the ecological balance. That is how the director started researching in the area of ecodramaturgy, which is also a new concept, inventing stories that are not focused on human destiny. She is giving another example of her own, from her own work, how you can invent a story which is not anthropocentric. I mean, this is kind of really very challenging thing if we think about Aristotle and, you know, like conflict between human destinies, etc., etc. So she gives another example of her performance, of her staging of, again, Chekhov's Cherry Orchard, in which she put a focus on the perspective of cherry trees themselves. All these dilemmas linked to the choice of topic and above anything else stage form of the project Sustainable Theatre are important. Okay, time, I'm finishing. Anyhow, I don't think that they are an essential obstacle for us to recognize the franchise performances and as one of possible generic answers that contemporary theater and performing arts might give to the challenges of ecological crisis and the related COVID-19 pandemic. At the end of this presentation, sorry, I will use the fact that I'm the only speaker in the first panel who is alive here, present alive. So I would just like to add something which I think could be very interesting, and this is the introduction to the video I would propose us to see, which is like 2 minutes long. It's an appendix to my presentation. Another example of franchise performances, which is 100% appropriate to our actual context in this room. An international academic conference. It's a brand new production by Rimini Protocol. It premiered like a few days ago, and we are going to present it on BITEV in September, so this is a kind of publicity for BITEV. The title of this show is Conference of the Absent. The setting of the show, as you will see in a few seconds, is like this one, similar to this one. It's a setting of an international academic conference. One is expecting the conference to start, but there is one small problem that we were facing this morning as well here in this room. There are no people. Nobody is coming. Due to the traffic restrictions, the speakers could not come to the conference. And then organizers started talking to the audience, asking them to come to the stage and to present the papers of the academics instead of the academics. They're getting headphones with somebody reading to them the papers of the academics. They are repeating this live or reading papers. And the topic of this fictional conference is absence. Absence in different fields of science and human life, absence and representation, because audience is supposed to represent academics and speakers. That's how, because both absence, presence, dialectic, and representation are the crucial notions of theater itself. This whole performance becomes a kind of self-examination of theater art itself. So instead of concluding, I would like to ask my dear assistant Miha, I hope you hear us, to show us a short trailer that I got only yesterday for the reasons of the festival, and I said, yes, I will change the end of my presentation to show to my colleagues this.
Sie befinden sich heute auf der Konferenz der Abwesenden. Wir benötigen nun eine Vertretung für den ersten Konferenzbeitrag. Wer will den ersten Beitrag vorlesen? Sie können diese Chance ergreifen und in die Haut der Protagonistinnen und Protagonisten schlüpfen. Ohne sie wird heute nichts passieren.
Ich heiße Tamara. Mein richtiger Körper ist der einer Frau.
Ich bin Nicolas D. Und als Banker habe ich Geschäfte mit der Cum-Ex-Methode gemacht. Eine Sauerei, sagen Sie? Es ist keine Straftat, sagt mein Anwalt.
Man könnte mich einen Experten für die Abwesenheit von Gerechtigkeit nennen. Aber noch viel mehr bin ich ein Experte für das, was wir hier gerade tun, für das Vertreten.
Hier und heute steuerte ich sogar ein ganzes Publikum fern. Das bringt mich ein Stück ins Leben zurück.
Mein Ticket für den Trip in die Abwesenheit kostet 50 Millionen Euro. Und ich denke, das ist es wert.
Wie steht es um Verpflegung? Munition? Benzin? Von wem in der Armeeführung ist bekannt, dass er korrupt ist?
Wer von Ihnen möchte, dass ich den Umschlag Nummer 1 Dieselskandal öffne? Bitte die Hände hoch.
Meine Hand kann ich Ihnen zeigen. Das bin ich. Und ich bin ein paar Sachen, die ich noch habe. Die Sachen, die an mir waren, als ich gestrandet bin.
Wir sind tödlich für diesen Planeten. Wir sollten verschwinden. Ein sanfter Abschied.
Sie, die Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, haben heute die Gelegenheit, zu Darstellerinnen und Darstellern zu werden. Zu Vertreterinnen und Vertretern für die Abwesenden.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you Ivan very much for your very lovely presentation. I'm sure we all have a bunch of questions for Ivan. Who will start?
Sie befinden sich heute auf der Konferenz der Abwesenden.
This was a real feedback from the artist.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I'm wondering, so this ecological sustainable theater or performing arts scene, how is this somehow in relationship to economy or to production modus? For example, we are now thinking about also ecologically sustainable theater and thinking about time to prolong the process of work to somehow, because of course we don't want to use airplanes and so forth, so we have to prolong, and this is becoming a journey to do a performance. This is one thing, and the other, how can this be connected to some other modes of economy in theater art scene?
Yeah, thank you for your very inspiring questions. I don't know whether I will have an immediate answer to both of them. Speaking of the time frame, maybe I didn't realize this challenge, because if you have ongoing rehearsals by some internet platform, if the director or choreographer is not present physically, but they have regular rehearsals in the physical space with the performers, I don't see whether this makes the whole process longer. So I would like to ask you to give me an example of how do you see this challenge. I mean, I would really be glad to hear, because I don't think I realize this problem for the moment being. And speaking about economy, on one hand, these franchise performances that I was talking about, from the point of view, I'm now, like divided person, a researcher and a critic on one hand, and artistic manager of the festival, artistic director of the festival on the other. Speaking from the managerial point of view, it's cheaper. Because you don't have to pay for the flight tickets, nothing moves, neither human bodies or technical equipment, but this is something I'm not an expert into. It's a question whether it's cheaper more expensive, as a matter of fact, to bring set design and props from Argentina, or to build same set design and to provide same props in the local context. I imagine it's cheaper to build new things and provide new physical material on the spot. So I mean, we are here talking about reactions that theater provides to the obstacles of the pandemic. But I think, and that's why I have chosen not to speak about digital Zoom performances or about performances with robots, which are kind of very eccentric performances. We had some of these, like Uncanny Valley on BTEF. We will have another one with robot this year. But I mean, this could not be a general stream. But franchise performances could be a new trend, not only because they react to the pandemics, but because they are ecologically sustainable, and ecological challenges will stay for a long period of time our challenge. There are other aspects of ecologically sustainable theater that was not my focus. I mean, it was not my focus, but you are all invited to come to the conference on ecological sustainability in theater, which will be within Beta Festival from the 17th until the 19th of September. I mean, the conference, not the festival. And of course, one of the aspects is recyclable material for set design, props, costumes, etc. Because it happens that theater is one of the biggest producer of waste. Because once a performance is finished, I mean, set design, props, costumes they are not used for any other purpose, and it's a pure waste. So there are also tendencies to use these recyclable materials in theater as well, or to reuse old props, old scenography to make new ones. So I don't know whether I answered your questions, but that was my first idea. And if we have time, or maybe we can do it in the coffee break, I would really like you to explain what are these time obstacles that you realized.
Short question, but very concrete. How will to which extent this new reality, I would say, and approach will shape the next BITEF festival?
Thank you for the question. I mean, on this BITEF, we will have the show I have presented to you. So we are just kind of mapping these forms within another frame. I mean, the focus of this, thematical focus of this edition, which is a double edition of the festival, because last year it was postponed, the thematical focus is on ecological crisis and the notion of post-humanism, which means a vision of the world in which there will be better balance between humans and other species. And the aesthetical focus, the artistic focus, is on a deconstruction of live presence on the stage in different ways, by light, by some kind of robotic choreography, by visual effects, and by this kind of approaches. So you don't have, you know, like actors, they didn't appear, but somebody will have to replace them. Then we will have installations, you know, which are a form between visual arts and performing arts without any live presentation. And we will have this performance by Bobo Jelčić, which is a performance completely conceived for a Zoom platform, which is really great. I mean, I like it very much. I like, in general, very much the work of Bobo Jelčić, and this is really perfect the way, because he found the reason why to put a cherry orchard in this media context, because he reduced the whole story of cherry orchard on one single event. The licitation, how do you say, licitatia, of the cherry orchard, last preparation before this event, and all of them are gathered on a Zoom conference preparing for the event. And Lopachin, who will buy the cherry orchard, the actor is really driving the car, and he has his phone on the next seat, and he tries, while going to the licitation, to, you know, to explain to Lyubov Andreevna, who is in her room, why she should do what he proposes her to do. And you have Varia, who is walking in the streets of Zagreb, Varia, who is, you know, like this domestic kind of person with her bags coming from a green market, etc. So he found an essential, how to say, reason for them to be online, because they are in different venues preparing for the event. So this is the answer. Thank you, Vilma, for the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any additional question? If we do not, I will finish this panel because we are over the schedule far too far. And we will have now, no, it's okay, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. We will have now a coffee break. I will reduce this coffee break from 15 to 10 minutes. Just come back within 10 minutes, I would say 10 past 10. Would that be okay? I think that's it. Please don't go too far because we have a lot of work to do. Thank you very much, all the presenters. Thank you.
director, author and performer who takes part also in cultural politics. He has written and translated literature and theory for a number of portals and publications at home and abroad. Today he will talk about a brief overview of the impact of the pandemic on the Slovenian performing arts scene. Title of his lecture is Romancing the Stone. Here you go, Jure. Hi.
Hi everyone. Can you all hear me well? Great.
Yes.
Hi. Just a quick preface. I am not an academic. I am a practitioner, and unfortunately also an amateur politician, cultural politician. Which is why when I was asked to write a paper for this publication, I basically decided to do a quick overview of how the Slovenian cultural sector, or more specifically the performing arts sector, faced the pandemic situation. So here we go, Romancing the Stone. The pandemic caught the Slovene performing arts scene in an unstable situation. The public institutions, so the regularly funded institutions, were caught in a cycle of hyperproduction, the rigidity of the public employee system, the lowering of budgets and standards, and so on. Meanwhile, the NGO sector faced similar problems, but with much less funding. Most of the creators of the performing arts in Slovenia, apart from the actors, are self-employed, which is a type of status in Slovenia where basically you are a company of one person, and you have to take care of everything, and you basically don't have any workers' rights. Which is why, of course, most of these self-employed workers were unable to create over the years where things were normal, safety nets, investments, savings, and so on. And which is why, of course, the pandemic, which was proclaimed in Slovenia on the 15th of March 2020, hit us all hard. Now, because of the cyclic nature of our work in the performing arts, most of us are not paid solely by performance, by each individual iteration. So we were not hit quite as hard as, for example, the music industry or the event industry. But the NGOs and the self-employed were very quick in sensing the oncoming dangers of the situation, which is why we immediately started to address the decision makers, to suggest solutions, and started initiatives which would create a safety net for those who were the hardest hit. Basically, we said from the very beginning that culture will be the first to close and the last to open, and we need help. The decision makers did not work quickly. It took quite a while for them to decide on the kind of support they would give to the self-employed, and when help came, it was not directed specifically the cultural sector, but rather to this huge sector of self-employed in all kinds of industries, which in Slovenia, I think by now makes like a third of the workforce. So a third of the workforce in Slovenia has basically no workers' rights. And there was some help to this huge sector. For example, in 2020, we got some funding before the summer, and then some funding also in the second wave, so from October to December, but divided by 12, so by month, this was approximately 500 euros per month, which is below the minimal wage requirements in the Republic of Slovenia. And also a large part of cultural workers was not eligible for this help because of bureaucratic obstacles and hurdles that they were not able to overcome. So up till now, so up till today, there has still not been a single targeted COVID initiative targeted at the cultural sector or thereby the performing arts. And the Ministry of Culture has basically pretended that there is no such thing as a pandemic. The public institutions were funded at the same level as before. However, of course, they lost all the ticket funding, while the NGO sector was funded similarly, but in a very precarious situation because we were never able to be sure about whether we will be eligible for funding, because the ministry did not put out a document saying, okay, you can do this online, or this will be enough for you to complete the project, but rather, as they like to put it, handle things individually, which of course means that which creates great possibilities for pressure and political decisions. The NGO sector itself, however, as I mentioned before, was very active in its initiatives, both toward the decision makers and toward the workers themselves. Asociacja, which is an association of cultural NGOs, and a wide spectrum of other like cover organizations, kept addressing the Ministry of Culture. We created workshops for workers to be able to navigate the bureaucratic hurdles and obstacles. And there was also an initiative called Solidarity with Culture, which was basically relief funded by cultural workers for cultural workers. But of course, that's not a replacement for state-funded systematic solutions. We also, in this paper, which I wrote quite a while ago, I predicted that once we reopened, there would be problems, and indeed there are. Of course, everybody, now that we can organize cultural events, everybody is doing it at the same time. So we're having problems with audience numbers. There are also rules about who can attend and how they can attend still. So events are having trouble attracting audiences. hyper-production has very much kicked back into action. So there's like, for example, in Ljubljana yesterday, there were like 9 to 10 events in the music and performing arts fields. Meanwhile, several festivals are going on in other cities. So too much, of course, is going on at one time. There's also, of course, the problem which has been discussed in the previous panel of how the performing arts have adapted to this video or streaming format challenge. Some have done it better, some not so well, and it also creates the problem of whether we should keep these formats alive, whether we have trained audiences to now expect this kind of thing. For example, 2 years ago, I would be in Maribor. I would not have the option to do this on Zoom. But now, of course, this has become normalized. So unfortunately, I was not able to come. I would much rather be there with you and all in person, but here we are. Another thing that's going to happen is that all the producers, all the institutions and NGOs have, during the pandemic, created a large amount of stage works, which they will all now try to show the public at the same time, again, obviously. And of course, this means that the individual works will not be able to be performed as many times or to as big an audience, which again leads back into hyperproduction. For the institutions in Slovenia have this yearly ticket system, which is great in normal times because it's a source of stable funding at audiences. But during this pandemic, it has created big bottlenecks because these huge theaters now have thousands of yearly ticket holders who have not yet seen their prescribed plays and shows, and thereby meaning that everybody will be staging these now during the summer, but also and more so in the early autumn, which will create problems for the organizing of rehearsals and producing new works. So I personally don't think that things will be back to normal or front to a new normal before spring 2022. If, of course, we do not get another wave of the epidemic and lockdowns. So there we go. We were not great before, and we are not so much better now. That would be the situation of the performing arts industries and workers in Slovenia at this time.
Okay, thank you, Jure. Maybe you can say something which is for me very important. Seriousness of act of erasing NGO sector and of course critical thought that is somehow connected to 80s and 90s and alternative movement that introduced democratic orientations or postulates into this geopolitical space. So what is happening on this level of, I don't know, antagonism between NGO critical thought and very, very much populist government that is doing really, really big, I don't know, damage to all the cultural sector?
Well, I mainly focused on one natural disaster, which is the pandemic. I did not focus on the other one, which is the current Slovene government. Yeah, these two things hit us at the same time together, and they hit us hard. The current government is very much going the Breitbart Orban route of silencing dissent, and of course culture is a voice of dissent, especially in the non-governmental sector, but also in the institutions. So we are already seeing actual concrete attempts to dismantle and silence individual institutions or organizations or people. But worse than that, I think, is the precariousness of the situation. So it seems to me as if we're all kind of expecting the other shoe to fall. We're all just waiting for another way in which they will attempt to sabotage and destroy what they see as what was the word? Parasites, leftist parasites of the body politic.
But we can maybe we can talk about this reaction of performing arts scene, especially in Ljubljana, which very much engaged in protests and created somehow this artivism, this space in between art and activism. For example, this križci, how do you say, crosses on Trg of Republike.
Trg Republike, yeah.
Sorry.
Public square. Yeah. It's strange, actually, in a way, but so for the foreigners, Slovenia has now been protesting on Fridays for a year and a half. So every Friday there's some size protest. Some are very large. The latest one was 40,000 people in the capital. Other times there's maybe a few thousand, but every Friday it happens. And this protest movement has been well, if not started by, then during this whole time accompanied by a large segment of cultural workers, many from the performing arts field. There are also more targeted protests, usually carried out in front of the Ministry of Culture, which have met, like, how should I put this, varied reception. Mostly we are accused of being Bolshevik assassins, basically. I personally am not sure whether the culturalization of protests is a good thing. I think that so it's a good thing that the cultural sector is there, but there should also be a more, let's say, cleanly politicized current going through them. But as far as addressing our own problems, so as far as addressing the problems of the cultural field, we have kept up, have been consistent and clear in our messaging, which doesn't help with the current government, but we're there and we are positioned and loud.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, we have one.
I would like just to make a comment, or should I? Yeah, for the camera. I would like just to make a comment upon this discussion of how to survive the second wave of possible obstacles and attacks, which are purely political, because at least in whole Europe, we are living in the context which is not very friendly, neither to theater and performing arts or culture in general. I'm also coming from a country where there is a pretty authoritarian government. So I completely agree with what you have just said, that cultural movement and cultural protests should be linked to other kind of social class-based protest, political, economical protests, because we are facing this populist attitude that culture and arts are not an essential activity, and we should completely, twist this argument and explain why we are doing an essential thing for the society, for the community. And I mean, this would be a kind of, so to say, leftist approach to the possible development of the protests. But I think in a particular case of Slovenia that we could add one more like liberal aspect, or how to say, cosmopolitan aspect, and I'm speaking from my own perspective, or I mean not from my own perspective, for a kind of global knowledge of the art scene in Europe, and that's something I have been repeating all the time when I'm in Slovenia. I think really not because I would like to be nice towards the hosts, that Slovenia has one of the most vivid, most dynamic theatrical scene in the whole Europe, both on institutional and independent scene. But this is not recognized enough on international level. I think I'm, as a critic and curator of the festival, advocating a lot for the case of Slovenian theater in the international context. And I think that Borštnikovo Srečenje and events like this one are also making a big step towards this internationalization, but you should do more in regards of this, because this would be a kind of protection as well, because let us remember when Orban government decided to kick off Robert Alfoldi from the position of the director, general manager of the National Theatre, which was really awful. They accused him, that's something you could find on YouTube, they accused him in the parliament of being Jewish and gay, calling him, there was a deputy in the parliament calling him Roberta all the time. I mean, this was really awful, but there was an international protest immediately written by, I don't know, signed by how many most important international artists and critics and managers, starting with number one, Peter Brook. So, I mean, it didn't give any result. Robert Alfoldi was not anymore the artistic director or general manager of the National Theatre, but anyhow, I think that the internationalization combined what you have just said, you know, like interconnection between cultural demands and some more political and economical demands, is what we can do. But, you know, we don't have any guarantees that we will survive, but at least we will give a strong, we will resist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Will you answer, or is it
just a no, the gentleman was very, very clear. I agree. I agree. And hope for the best, obviously.
Okay. Thank you, Jure. We will now move on, if you are okay with it.
Yes,
okay.
I'm fine with that. Thank you all for listening, and I'll stay connected and listen to the audio.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Bye. Okay. We are waiting for the UK couple, James Rawson and Holly Maples. I will introduce them briefly. James Rawson is a postdoctoral researcher at East 15 Acting School, University of Essex. He is a member of the UKRI ESRC, funded project Freelancers in the Dark, a study that explores the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on freelance theatre makers in the United Kingdom. Holly Maples is a senior lecturer and director of postgraduate research at East 15 School of Acting, University of Essex. She is the primary investigator of the UKRI ESRC funded COVID-19 Rapid Response Project Freelancers in the Dark, investigating the social, cultural and economic impact on COVID-19 on independent art workers in the United Kingdom. Hello? Are you? Hi. Here you go. The floor is yours.
Do you see that PowerPoint? You've got it. Share it. All right. Can you see it? Yeah, great. Thanks so much. On the 16th of March 2020, the West End theatres in the heart of London closed their doors as a result of the government announcement advising the public to, quote, avoid pubs, clubs, theatres and other social venues. In the weeks that followed, theatres across the rest of the UK had shut down, causing much uncertainty and distress for members of the industry.
Subsequently, there came a blossoming of online activities by members of the industry. Live streaming, Zoom performances, internet meetups, and online coffee mornings took place as the industry began to respond to theatre closures. The emergence of nascent digital communities in the wake of the strict national lockdown rules introduced by Boris Johnson's Conservative government on 23rd of March 2020 created an open space for theatre freelance makers to engage in exciting acts of collective collaboration.
The movement to go online for members of the theatre community during the pandemic expanded not only the ways the creative industry engaged with the public sphere, but also raised fundamental questions of the gap between live and virtual performance and what it means to be a theatre worker in a time of industry closures. During the 2020 to 2021 and ongoing pandemic, the internet became an expansive terrain for the production of new hybrid performance models, as well as a powerful tool for advocacy, activism, and skill sharing in times of social isolation.
By combining media reports, websites, and online platforms with personal testimony taken from a series of 140 interviews conducted with independent theatre workers from our Economic and Social Research Council funded study on COVID-19's impact on theatre artists in the UK, Freelancers in the Dark, the following paper will investigate the UK theatre industry's use of digital and online space for community building, support, and artistic innovation. The benefits and limit of theatre workers' move to digital provides an example of how COVID-19 may change the way the industry engages with the public and each other in the years to come.
The pandemic has reinforced that multifarious social media applications represent what Christopher Baum terms the next stage of engagement between the theatre and the public sphere, where contemporary spectators are actively engaged through individualized access to theatre practice and its reception. Virtual performance and online streaming became seen as a platform to keep audiences engaged in the theatre practice during the pandemic, as well as providing a potential revenue source to alleviate the financial hit that COVID safety closures caused many companies and cultural institutions. Moreover, the movement online has proved more than just a short-term solution, with resolution indicating that in post-COVID world, live streaming may continue as an important part of the industry.
As Baz Kershaw writes, we should see the rise of digital technologies, quote, not as a threat to live theatre, but as a possible source of its rebirth and enhancement in a new kind of sensorium, end quote. Digital performance has increased threefold since the pandemic. Organizations and companies that may have previously been resistant to moving to increased virtual and hybrid digital performance began prioritizing the genre throughout the pandemic as a matter of survival, as well as innovation.
Art institutions like the Birmingham Royal Ballet have been strategizing with creative digital technicians and digital artists on how to both innovate their platforms and develop a new digital hybrid content. A visual technical director working out of London argued that the trend to reconsider a virtual hybrid and multimedia production will not just impact online performances, but it change the future of live theatre in the UK.
Quote, "The whole world of mixed reality has accelerated exponentially. So instead of virtual environment, or in addition to a virtual environment, capturing human beings in realistic forms is being experimented with. All my technician friends, instead of like getting immersed in Netflix and that sort of thing, we've got immersed in training and networking," end quote. By celebrating the increasingly multimedial nature of critical perspectives regarding the mediatization of society, multimedia performance also presents an insight into, as well as critique of, the impact of media technologies on contemporary culture.
This alacritous transition to online performances and ways of working provided the opportunity for both established and emerging theatre freelancers reciprocally reconceptualize their own artistic practice in ways that may have been financially non-viable before the pandemic. As theatre workers move online, it created wider opportunities for practitioners to experiment with multi-regional and intermedial digital projects. A London-based theatre director reflected on her move to digital performance platforms during the first of the UK national lockdowns as a space to both remain creative and advance a new set of skills. The transferal to the digital space allowed her to both develop new artistic skills and assert her own identity as a creative during a time of social and work-related deprivation. As she argues, quote, "Because we're creative people, I feel like it was such an amazing thing to be able to work with actors, even if it's through Zoom," unquote. However, she acknowledged that this work, while receiving exposure through the release of the BBC and the Royal Lyceum websites, remains difficult to monetize, and arts organizations are unsure of how to make money from these films. Quote, "I feel like that's the tricky thing with digital performance. The National Theatre puts up loads of content online, but for donations. I'm not sure how the freelance artists who are part of those got financially supported during the time. I feel that it's great for us to be creative, but it's not financially stable." There was also a feeling for many theatre workers that smaller companies were unable to compete with the free content being made by larger cultural institutions, such as the National Theatre, the Royal Shakespeare Company, and the Old Vic.
The production values provided by these institutions was harder to replicate for small and mid-sized theatre venues, and many of our respondents for the Freelancers in the Dark study felt like the free streaming made available by the larger cultural institutions created barriers for smaller companies to attract paying audiences to their online performances. For many theatre workers, there has been a feeling of skepticism over the move to online platforms. Some believe that the pressure many theatre companies and institutions felt to move work online during the pandemic has put the quality of the work in jeopardy. Where there are many artists who have been working and developing digital content over the last decade, others have had to learn how to use new platforms from scratch over the past year. For some, the fear of compromising the nature of their work has created frustration and anxiety over the need to explore these new platforms. As one artist argued, online performance on Zoom can lack quality. Quote, "It's not theatre. It's not my forte. I'm looking forward to returning to live performance." I think a lot of companies are like, oh, we're going to move digital online, and the only people consuming this stuff are other artists. And I don't want to consume it. I want to watch Netflix, end quote.
Others felt that the move to the digital space for performance cut out the fundamental community building aspects of live performance. The lack of a theatre lobby and other in-between spaces which promote audience discussion were found hard to replicate in online spaces. It's the same at this conference. All the great discussions we could have can't be done in the digital form. As one community-based dance theater artist in Wales argued, quote, "The local element of what we want to achieve is definitely missing from the digital side of things, especially because we have an aging population here. So there is a definite loss." Other issues with an over-reliance on theater online platforms articulated by theater workers include internet connectivity issues, which are greatly impacted for more geographically marginalized and working class communities. Difficult for elderly and non-digital natives to engage with online platforms, Zoom fatigue, and a lack of socializing etiquette for many in navigating online spaces have become a problem. So theater makers have attempted to solve these issues by including after-show discussions and breakout rooms to give the participants and audience members time to speak amongst themselves. But many found that these aspects of live performance and facilitation are absent in the virtual space.
It is also hoped that local funding bodies around the UK will provide diverse support to regional theatre workers, creating new opportunities for practitioners to produce urgent community work while continuing to advance artistic innovation. These responses to the pandemic by theatre workers working with local communities have the potential power to represent an important alternative to the digital dominance of commercialized star-studded production, establishing new sets of localized aesthetics across the UK. The digital and online platform paradigm shift has been significant in that it's not only provided an outlet for artists to urgently regain a vital sense of agency, but also opened up important new avenues for advocacy and debate for freelance theatre workers across the UK. As Jen Harvey astutely highlights, social media platforms, quote, "create more context for performative interventions, for coordinating communication in the planning of resistant performance practices, and for new digital psychogeographies," end quote. Providing platforms for knowledge and skill exchange, the digitized creative communities developing over the course of the pandemic also act as an online locus for discipline-led support groups.
In our interviews with the Freelancers in the Dark study, we asked our respondents to share their lived experiences of engaging in online support networks during the pandemic. One producer we spoke to foregrounded the importance of informal digital networks to theater artists as a means of generating advocacy and stimulating wider communicative practices within the theater industry. A facilitator of an online company to support artists in crisis during the pandemic, this producer was clear that such networks have acted as crucial points of connection with theater freelancers. Quote, "This is such an interesting space, and we didn't have it going in before. I think it's really empowering. It's an exciting time." Other participants, including in our study, also spoke about the value of these virtual peer groups and quotidian acts of support. These include one London-based theater director who vocalized that for them, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the fact that, quote, "we all happen to have the time and space to connect with each other," unquote. It is clear that these generative network sites of dialogical interaction have encouraged both epistemic and personalized reflections in our respondents, re-emphasizing a more experimental and spontaneous approach to advocacy amongst contemporary theater workers.
Many of our research participants also emphasized how important online industry-related social network platforms have been during COVID-19 for developing community and confronting social isolation and mental health issues caused by loss of work during the pandemic. Emotional and mental health support was key in online industry support groups and grassroots theatre worker Facebook pages. Our study found that particularly for stage managers, technicians and designers whose work has been hard to generate since March 2020, these platforms provided community sharing and support that was found to be essential for providing self-care.
Other support networks specific to groups that feel marginalized within the theater industry have developed strong connections via social media, including those from working class communities, disabled arts networks, BAME, trans and LGBTQ+ rights activists. A trans performer interviewed mentioned how her fellow trans artists would come to her for consultation and negotiating their position within the industry. And later she's turned this into a business. While a disability artist and playwright found increasing work in providing online Zoom training sessions with theaters and other organizations.
Platforms beyond Zoom and Facebook were also useful for freelancers to share information. Many of the Freelance in the Dark research participants who were involved in productions or rehearsals before the first lockdown found themselves using WhatsApp to both offer emotional support and share information about funding, self-employed benefits, and other resources needed for theatre workers throughout the pandemic. Others found support through forums designed to discuss active strategies to improve industry conditions developing over the pandemic. A London-based lighting designer describes his participation in a number of such forums which developed over the summer of 2020 in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests. Quote, "I took part in a lot of Zoom discussions with the Association of Lighting Designers, with Equity, Bec2, Freelancers Make Theatre Work, and various individual venues. Just being able to discuss, where we go next. How should theatre be better? What do we want from the government and from our own industry?" End quote. The movement to openly discuss challenges to the industry has created a new wave of industry-related advocacy around working conditions, racial, gender, and class-based inequalities. This has been allied with an animated call for more dialogue between creative workers and the institutions and funding bodies of the UK arts industries. As the interviewee emphasised, quote, "Before COVID, it never felt as coherently open and discursive and collaborative and transparent. The discussions between unions and professional bodies and members, and in some cases producers, all discussing together what's gone wrong. What needs to happen next? That's one of the things I hope will be maintained after the pandemic," end quote.
The COVID-19 pandemic and the successive lockdowns in the UK have thrust a further light on how theatre freelancers have been marginalised from dialogue and debate surrounding the ways in which theatre buildings operated. Throughout 2020, a series of new artistic discourses emerged online that advocated for freelance artists to be included in the decision-making process of major cultural institutions. Freelance artists who felt excluded from the public space and the official response to the pandemic, promoted by theatre buildings, used social media and other digital platforms to renegotiate an alternative artistic narrative of the pandemic. In so doing, they politicized freelancers' roles and experiences, staking a fresh claim to the public discourse. Through the act of sharing information and retweeting links, they have created new forms of cyber activism and advocacy that revise theatrical ways of working and provoke a crucial reinterpretation of contemporary theatre ecology in the UK.
As we reach a watershed moment fraught with uncertainty and contention for the development of theatre in the UK, it is crucial to address the urgent question of what happens next as lockdown measures continue to be lifted this summer. As we have noted above, and as Ophelia was talking about in her paper regarding China as well, which was really interesting, notions of digital fatigue and frustrations with virtual ways of working have been cited by a number of our respondents. Even more concerning, our freelance participants have also spoken of an anxiety that independent theatre artists have been financially disadvantaged by the abrupt move to online digital platforms. These testimonies foreground the need for buildings to establish long-standing working dialogues with freelancers, which will be vital for the continued production of original theatre practice in the UK.
Despite these deep-rooted concerns about the current pervasiveness of digital work, it appears clear that, at least for the short term, broadcast performances are certain to remain at the forefront of the theatrical landscape in the UK, even as theatres started to reopen this month. The theatre makers interviewed in March 16, 2021, described being cautiously optimistic about their increased focus on digital work and more of an interest for theatre companies of all kinds to add digital components to their work. Perhaps unsurprisingly, audio work and headphone theatre have also had a renaissance in the new world of the pandemic. Headphone theatre will further take center stage throughout 2021 as artists look for ways to navigate the UK's continuing social distancing rules. Many performers and theatre makers consulted during the study have found podcasts, audio walking tours, and headphone theatre a useful way to work in a time of Zoom fatigue. Investing in audio equipment has been lucrative, particularly over the second national lockdown in the UK from mid-December through April 2021. And commissions for audio work have expanded both the genre and the number of creatives working in this area.
Further experimentation with games design have also developed over the winter to spring pandemic season, such as the Royal Shakespeare Company's live online performance Dream, which further pushes the boundaries of digital theatre. An ambitious reworking of A Midsummer Night's Dream, the piece draws the interplay of live performance with interactive digital media inspired by the video game series Fortnite. The Cambridge Junction have also experimented with an online interactive game performance, The House That Never Wins, by the company Kill the Cat Theatre, exploring the thorny ground of Western society's handling of the climate crisis. By inviting active participation from the audience, these performances challenges them to playfully engage with their own individual creative responses to what they are watching live. The apposition of performance with interactive gaming foregrounds the potential for opportunities for theatre makers to experiment with groundbreaking new technologies that will challenge expectations of how theatre can be made, reinventing and revolutionizing the staging of canonical texts, while The House That Never Wins illustrates imaginative ways for audiences and theatre makers to engage with topical issues. These liminal future productions will hopefully not only push the boundaries of innovative artistic practice, but also provide potential opportunities to establish new audiences as well as the creation of new theatre publics.
As Europe hopefully continues to unlock, the future of the theatre in the UK is uncertain. New digital trends will continue to be forged by innovative practitioners over the coming months and years, but many questions still remain to be answered. Will theatre makers continue to advance digital practice as socially distanced measures are relaxed?
Will cyber forms of advocacy remain in place to provide vital support and wider connection for theatre freelancers?
In what ways will innovative multidisciplinary forms of socially engaged artistic practice respond to the urgent political challenges that will emerge in the post-COVID-19 world?
The demands posed by the pandemic will arguably remain at the forefront of how theatre is produced and consumed, radically reinscribing the relationship between theatre artists and audiences. Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe some questions from the audience?
Well, maybe I have a question, or more a comment. I do agree with Bas Kershaw's estimation that online production of theater can be something that we can benefit from, of course. But maybe the digital is a new theater. Perhaps we don't know that yet. But I was more interested. What will happen with the old form of theater? Not in terms of artists and theater creators. I'm just more curious about the audience. Will the audience return to the theaters? This is, I don't know the answer to it. Can you help a little bit?
I think it's more about, because I agree. I think there's a lot of questions about that. I think people are dying to get back into theater spaces to talk to real people and see people live, which is exciting. I think it's just the uncertainty of these constant lockdowns, or then the Delta variant rising. It's caused a lot of financial uncertainty, especially as people start to prepare for open public performances and then have to pull back again. So what the digital space has allowed, especially through live streaming, is ways for even the smaller companies to be able to reach wider audience also perform. I have to admit, at the moment, I never want to see a Zoom performance again. I miss the aesthetic beauty of it all.
Yeah,
Theater.
yes, I agree totally. Yes. Yesterday, I enjoy very much being. I mean, the last time I was in theater was It was last year in the beginning of October, and since then the theaters in Slovenia were closed, and it was a horrible experience. So, in some sense, I don't have a fear that the audience will not come back. However, we can be surprised. I mean, the situation can be different as we expect. So thank you very much.
Maybe just this. I was interested in this interactive gaming because this gaming world is the whole new world, which has its own audiences, and it tackles new generations. This is probably the most important thing, that it introduces us to a new kind of thinking, and especially to youth. So maybe this is also some connection that theater can make to, which is very conservative in its form and very anachronistic. How to I don't know, think beyond just. Tackle this, of course, very familiar production modes.
Yeah, I agree. I think as you say, like these shows, particularly like Dream at the Royal Shakespeare Company, are really innovative and have been generating new audiences. But I think the most important thing is that it then translates into bringing audiences into the theatre buildings themselves once we properly start to reopen. And I think that's key, that they start to think about how these sort of generative digital productions that may have opened up new audiences can bring new audiences into the theatre buildings.
Okay.
third panel, I think. Unfortunately, Una Bauer, who we will present briefly after my presentation, is not here with us today, but she sent a video recording of her lecturing. Here is Pia Brezauček with me, and Tomáš, who is also absent in this very moment, but he will come back. So Dr. Una Bauer is Associate Professor at the Academy of Drama Art in Zagreb. Her research interests include dance, physical theater, and experimental performative practices, history of ideas, theories of affects, networked publics, travel writing, community, death studies, and disability studies. So quite a wide range of interest. Her first book on theater and everything else included tea, courses, and bicycles. Priđite bliže o kazalištu I drugih radostima, Come Closer on Theater and Other Joys, was published in 2015, and her already published book is a dialogical monograph, a series of conversations with and on the work of Croatian dance and theater collective Betko, which will also briefly present afterwards Pia Brezauček. So her lecture is entitled on sensoriality of asynchronous and synchronous but mediations, two case studies. And she will talk about the theater pieces Bobo Jelčić, The Cherry Orchard in the Cherry Orchard, de facto theater company that was produced in 2020, and Chinchilla Art Schlock Was Was by Rimini Protocol from 2018. So let's listen to this beautiful lecture that Una Bauer sent to us. Thank you.
Hello. I'm very sorry that I won't be there with you. I do hope you have some wonderful discussions, and I hope it goes very well. My name is Una Bauer, and I work at the Academy of Dramatic Art in Zagreb at Dramaturgy Department. My paper's title will be on sensoriality of asynchronous and synchronous but mediated experiences, two case studies. Describing Bobo Jelčić's The Cherry Orchard in the Cherry Orchard, de facto theatre company's production in 2020, which is a theatre production performed in the virtual space, as their program notes state, isn't all that different from describing a typical daily activity of an unofficial Zoom meeting or even a Zoom teaching session. Everyone is withering away in their little square or trickling out of it. The squares are touching each other, and if one applies gallery view, all are of the same size. We are peeping into each other's apartments, bed headboards, bookshelves, in order to catch an interesting or revealing detail. Someone is keeping his mobile phone camera too close to his herpes outbreak. Someone is only partially visible through the enlarged pores on his forehead. Someone is using an opportunity to make creamy seafood chowder during the session, which results in a large blotch of darkened mobile screen for the rest. Someone fell out of the shot because she's trying to cry in private or needs to pick her nose. Almost everyone will at some point start shaking the camera as they are moving rooms, leaving the bed for the armchair, sitting in the car as they are late to pick up their child from the kindergarten or for the dentist's appointment. In this Zoom meeting, we are, however, with Ljubov Andreevna, Jadranka Đokić, Leonid Andreevich Gaev, Jerko Marčić, Anja, Lana Meniga, Varja, Petra Svrtan, Lopakin, whose name is misspelled as Lapakin, Marko Makovčić, and Petja, Ugo Korani. In their Zoom squares, we usually see them to a certain degree, mostly their faces or other body parts, and the idea of space is paired with light nausea because of the occasionally shaking cameras. The relations and events have been reduced to the basics, a croquis. Anya, the teenager in love, starts beaming when Petya turns up for the group conversation, only to tell us that Anya and him are above love. Lyubov Andreevna isn't leaving the bed or her duvet. Tragically deceased son is mentioned in passing, so is the parasite lover. Varya is confused with her relationship with Lopakin. She's milling around the kitchen or outside in the snow. Gaev's dreams of financial salvation that a general would bring. Lopakin is called from the car between meetings and the auction. His connection is weak. Yet this reduction does show strength as a precise line of a simple drawing instead of a thick layer of buttery paint. And as an artistic procedure, it emphasizes and repeats the reduction that we feel for this form of being together when we have been zoomed out of our skin into the two-dimensional surface of ourselves. Jelcic and his co-authors have created a situation inverse to the one established in Jelcic's performances. In his live production, Bobo Jelcic and his collaborators are focused on illusionistic documentary theatre or quasi-documentary theatre. For instance, the production Govori Glasnije, Kerempuk Theatre 2018, starts with an impossibility of a beginning due to a technical problem, which is the actual beginning of the performance. I was surprised to realize that in these highly ironic times, the trick still works with some audience members. Jelcic and his collaborators are often playing with the audience's expectations and provoking participation, which is then somewhat rejected, as if the audience member hasn't quite understood that she is still in the theatre, thus invoking a kind of a pseudo-interaction. Even in text-based productions, such as Three Sisters from 2020, there is an explicit tension between the actor and his private persona, and between audience coming to witness a theatre production and participating in a dialogue with the actors. Ugo Korani as Vershinin in Three Sisters, Croatian National Theatre in Zagreb 2020, for instance, asks a question seemingly wanting to include the audience, but when one audience member starts elaborately answering, he basically waits until she finishes and goes back to his lines. On the other hand, Jelcic and his collaborators are also creating a recognizable, exaggerated physical vocabulary in his performances, which emphasizes the constructedness of a theatre production, while in their live performances they're trying to gently and subtly destabilize the theatre frame, confuse us whether we should answer Nina Violich when she is directly speaking to us in the audience, sometimes by their personal names from the role of Olga, but also from the role of Nina Violich. We know that we don't have to, but social conventions are sometimes in contradiction with theatre illusion. In this situation, they're trying to convince us that we are not on a Zoom meeting, but that we have infiltrated, like flies on the wall or dust mites in the bedding, into the video call of a family who wants to keep their cherry orchard, with all its symbolic connotations. Unlike Jelcic's performances, where the focus is on losing the security in our position of the observer, in his staging, we have been completely ignored. In fact, we are asked not to use chat until after the performance. Forced transition to social networks and other forms of communication had to happen so that Jelcic would exclude the illusion of audience participation. This is a reasonable decision, because it stops the noise in the communication channel, which happens anyway. There will always be someone who will send a message to the group chat because they haven't read the instructions, or because they're simply too happy that they have had the opportunity to come. And even if this wasn't the case, attempting to provide an invitation to include the audience would be redundant, as we are anyway fighting not to experience this performance as another Zoom meeting. But even though we are dealing with a different media frame, the atmosphere is similar, a creepy feeling that you're not entirely sure whether this is a parody or a seriousness of illusionism. Because Jadranka Jokic is lying just like you in her bed when somebody needs to contact you for a tiny minute via Zoom, or in the 125th minute of a super short meeting, whether it's better to use the word entitled or privileged in a collectively written introduction. Lana Meniga glues her face to the mobile screen just like you while you are tying your shoelaces so that everyone can see every blackhead on your nose, or places the mobile phone on the floor while the bed is holding her head because she is really, honestly tired of holding it in her hand. We are dealing with a combination of familiarity of the obvious and banal, and if this might be theoretically stretched, Jelcic's method has something of the strategies of subversive affirmation, which builds its artistic strength on the fact that one is not entirely sure whether something should be understood as a defense or questioning. I would now like to compare Jelcic's theatre production performed in virtual space with a recording of a production which was released into the public at some point during the pandemic in 2020 and is still publicly available on Vimeo, as has happened to many recordings and as a kind of a quick fix in a time of pandemic induced theatre paralysis. To further emphasize what I have already said, Chinchilla Arschloch Was Rimini Protocol 2018 by Helgard Haug, Thilo Guschas, wasn't meant as an online event, as a theatre production performed in a virtual space, and it isn't one. It was simply a document of a performance, a recording. It was a particular example of Rimini Protocol's way of approaching documentary theatre, openness towards neurodiverse presences in the audience and on the stage. Chinchilla Arschloch Was is a performance exploring the ways of presence of Tourette's syndrome in the theatre. As Christian Hempel, Benjamin Jürgens and Bijan Kaffenberg explain and embody on the stage, Tourette's syndrome has been mostly understood as in some ways incompatible with theatre going or theatre making. Neurotypical people are often not familiar with or experience in the intricacies of Tourette's syndrome. It is a condition which makes it extremely painful or uncomfortable to hold in repetitive movements, unwanted sounds, or offensive words. Of course, each individual with Tourette is unique, and so are the specific manifestations of this condition. Christian Hempel explains how uncomfortable it is for him to sit in the theatre because he has to control his tics in order not to disturb the performance. As it happens, he can't, which makes both people in the audience and performers angry as they assume he's rude and unappreciative of the effort that goes into performing live. Even worse, he's intruding in the very performance and potentially reducing its aesthetic appeal. Neurotypical audiences in theatre venues are not accustomed to a simple practice of announcing that a person with Tourette syndrome will be in the audience and that one is asked to open themselves to that experience. When I was watching this piece, as I was watching it in the midst of the pandemic for the first time on 24th September 2020, I was watching it with intense fear that this might be the only way that we are ever to see performances from now on. And I was watching it, or at least attempting to watch it, as one reads a book or listens to a radio play with all that isn't there and one imagines that it should be. This was, of course, not the first time I was watching a recording of a theatre piece, but there was a certain experiential change that took over. I was watching it as if this was all that it was and all that it could ever be. And in the similar way in which one listens to a radio play or a piece of sound art, there was a duplicity of sensations. One referential, for instance, when you hear the sound of the waves in a radio performance and see the image of the sea. The other, autonomous, non-referential, enjoying in its acoustic quality and aesthetic value in relation to other sounds in the piece, regardless of the association to a particular object of reference. On the one hand, I was observing the piece, its logic, its content, but I was also sensing and imagining what I couldn't objectively sense in that moment. What would it mean had I been in the same space as them? How would the pizza that was ordered in the middle of performance to an audience member smell? Would an audience member be wearing a perfume, invading my space with his scent? On the other hand, I have sensed all of these things many, many times before. the smell of fresh pizza, the heat of a crowded room, sitting in the dark for a particular amount of time amongst a number of other people, not being able to leave the room without making many other people standing up. Diving into the world of performance, which is always a particular world, regardless whether we are watching a piece of illusionistic theatre or a post-dramatic production where we are inclined to believe that we inhabit the same space and time. I was trying to feel the space, its size, and what it would mean to be present in that surroundings. I was imagining what it would mean to touch the fluffy fake bearskin carpet, and I could feel the fluffy fake bearskin carpet as I have done many times before, even if I hadn't felt that particular fake bearskin carpet. Having said that, even if I had been in Kunstlerhaus Mosenturm on the night of the recorded performance, I probably wouldn't have been able to touch the fake bearskin carpet anyway, as the audience wasn't in this context meant to come on stage. I probably also might have had really bad seats at the very back and not been able to see the details of Benjamin Jürgen's facial expressions. Is that ontologically relevant? Maybe not, but sensorially it definitely is. One could say that this was simply imagining how things would have been had I been there, which in fact I wasn't, so what could possibly be the ontological value of that imagining of the sensorial? But live theatre experience is also an invitation to imagine, fantasize, and place yourself in one's shoes, even if we can't experientially be there. As I, in that moment, couldn't have been in Kunstlerhaus Mosenturm, and I probably wouldn't have been in Kunstlerhaus Mosenturm, even if it hadn't been for the COVID-19 pandemic. Our everyday experience of being alive always includes imagining other realities, other possibilities, other apartments that we could have inhabited, other partnerships that we could have lived through. Being in the now isn't a natural condition for a human being, as we are often partially present in the past, in the future, in a series of possible worlds. In a Twitter thread, Gianpiero Petrigielli argued that the reason why everyone's so exhausted after video calls is because of the plausible deniability of each other's absence. Yet liveness has always been and always will be full of unpresence, of us not really being there when we were meant to be there, when we were technically present, and our presence recorded through camera as a legal proof in case we're lying of never being there, or being there in the space of the performance when we were simply sitting in our beds. It seems to me that there is a certain privilege of theatrical presence which some neurotypical bodies take for granted, and which hides its condition of existence, the absence of presence at live events, which is related to the absence of presence as a condition of human existence. The recording of the performance starts with a shot of Christian Hempel sitting in the audience, making soft noises, occasionally saying a phrase or two, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. While I was watching him, I was imagining sitting somewhere further from him in the middle of the audience. Would I have heard his tics? Would I have seen him? What would I have thought? Would I assume someone was being disruptive, or would I have immediately guessed that this person has Tourette syndrome and accepted it as a background noise, which might or might not have been relevant in every particular moment of the performance, depending on what the performance will focus on? Had I, for instance, not read the program notes before coming to the performance? The recording of Chinchilla Arschloch does not deny the sensorial nature of its format and of our engagement with it. A reader might ask why I'm even comparing these two performances. To a certain extent, they feel like a reverse mirror image of each other, but also a reverse mirror image of oneself. The Cherry Orchard in the Cherry Orchard seems like staging of a play, yet appears more to be a piece of devised theatre only loosely based on one of the world's most famous plays. Its creation of an illusion of a documentary theatre performance with trained actors is contrasted with Rimini Protocol's interest in non-professional performance whose everydayness is marked by the theme of the performance. One seems to be existing in its chosen medium, is tailor-made for Zoom, yet seems and feels melancholic about its inability to exist live and relies on our frustration with Zoom. The other, being only a recording of the event, thus never meant to be watched initially originally as a recording, in the context of our new COVID-19 induced shift seems to offer a sensorial imagination, a heightened perspective, a promise which was not there before. Both the cherry orchard in the cherry orchard and Chinchilla Arschloch was even if the first was deliberately conceived as a Zoom event and the second imagined as a live performance of which we only see a recording, rely on us sensing what we couldn't possibly sense in a particular moment, rely on us imagining a certain way of how things feel when we are in the room with them. The difference is that the cherry orchard in the cherry orchard does not exist outside of a Zoom event, except as a lived reality of performers inhabiting their physical spaces, which could never have been inhabited by us, their audiences. Our only way of presence in the performance was not to be there, in the room with each particular performer. Yet that does not make the recording of Chinchilla Arschloch was only a copy of the real thing, but another mode of experiencing and sensing, its ontological status doubled. Thank you very much. Hope you have a productive day.
It's hard to say thank you, Una, because she's not with us. But anyhow, let's move on. Unfortunately, there's no space actually for questions, but maybe there will be some more for Pia who follows. Pia Brezauščak is PhD candidate at Faculty of Arts. She is co-editing Maska Journal for Performance Art and Neodvisni Pika Art, an online platform for local performing arts. She's also an excellent thinker, writer, and collaborator. She is working as editor, publicist, moderator, and dramaturge. In this lecture entitled "In the Open, Rethinking Outside Locations as Autonomous Agents in Labor of Panic." This is performance by Betko in original entitled Rad panike, made in 2020 and presented in Rijeka EPK 2020. In her lecture, she will rethink site-specific outside locations for performances, which are, of course, nothing new, as she said, but their importance is rising due to pragmatic reasons in the new public health situation. This focus does not mean that she is arguing for open-air theater exclusively. Public infrastructure for culture should be integrated as public good. And in this lecture, this is what she said, she will make an analysis of this last performance by the Croatian collective Betko and rethink the outside with all its fierce tactile, olfactory, visible potential as not only a passive scenery, but an autonomous agent that is not only integral to the performance, but has a life beyond it. The stage is yours.
I think you already said all what I'm going to talk about, but still, let me try to explain a little bit. So, as Jasmina said, this will be a case study. It's not going to be an elaboration on how we should or how we are to make theater after the COVID or in the middle of the COVID pandemic. So, as said, in this paper, I will not explore all the possible and feasible ways to bypass the ban on live events or break new ground in understanding other media or to redefine the theater event itself. I will reflect on an event linked to a specific space in the open air that has been, due to the fact that it was set outside of a closed theater space, for an organized situation of live performance with an audience possible at that particular time. So I will focus on the only such case that I have in this corona year attended in person, that I have not only perceived as an overall theater experience, but which has also expanded my comprehension of what theater is or might be. My case study, which is also an example in the sense of an expansion of the concept of theater, is from a period when it was still permitted by the weather conditions and the circumstances of the measures in place in our neighboring country, and it was still possible to travel there. Namely, the last performance of Bad Cop performance collective, The Labor of Panic, which could still take place near Rijeka, in Grobničko Polje, under the European Capital of Culture project. So many things have been cancelled at this ECC, but this could take place because of its specificity that it happened in the open. With this performance, this internationally acknowledged Croatian performance collective concluded their joint creation process after 20 years of activity. The non-place of the event. The navigation takes us from the doors of the Adriatic off the motorway to a plateau overgrown with low, scarce but thorny scrubs, typical of this windy karst region. The area appears inhospitable, particularly because of the wind that is extremely strong and hurries us on our way almost involuntarily, as if it had always been autonomous and redirected the human settlements elsewhere. Man has, however, left traces of his advance and acclimatization in this landscape. He built roads passing by, entertainment, racetracks, and traffic airport motorway infrastructure, which was too loud to have been built in the vicinity of villages and towns, and cut a wound of a quarry as a half-successful attempt at appropriation. For man, this is a temporary, transitional, merely utilitarian space. He does not come here, but passes by and takes advantage of its few benefits. However, it is a living ecosystem of nature and technology, possible precisely because of its bleakness, unattractive for human use and settlement. It is a field full of low vegetation, grass and shrubs, crawling insects, shrews, deer, and perhaps a lone predator, and a place full of hidden nesting places of birds which, in their flight, avoid the overhead power lines and react to the sound of motor vehicles. But it is also a place where planes fly overhead, cars sweep past, and electric impulses transmitting signals travel through. This is a place full of life, at least that kind of life that is not bothered by the bora, wind that sweeps over, or the rumble of trucks. Above all, this is a place where the absence of man opens up the possibilities of new beginnings. This is not a natural scenography, as due to the unforeseeable weather, the vastness and irrepressible light changes, the field itself dominates over everything else that is being installed there. It inevitably affects the possibility, impossibility, and the quality of each event that tries to settle into it. This is not a standard theater dispositif that is only just beginning to create an illusion suitable for each separate theater event and submits to it as a black lab box, and which creates subjectivity through the view function. The event is dropped into uncontrollable circumstances, which can enforce it but also suppress it completely. Thus, for the performance of the labor of panic, Grobničko polje is more than a backdrop. It is its host. It is an organism on which the performance feeds and lives. The text has long ceased to be the sole function in theater. It has become only an element, a layer, and the material of the stage creation, rather than its ruler. It is equivalent to the movement, the lights, the sound, and the scenography. Each of these elements is an integral part of the structure, of equivalent markers maintained by the context, the theater dispositif that represents the very condition for reading. But once we step out of the theater, we also step out of the structure, of the discursive, into the material. Another kind of caution is necessary. The matter denotes in a different manner than the very meanings. How the matter is not only a sign among signs, it is not a passive substance established for us and for the supposed purpose. It exists independent of us and the event. It is not yet another meaning, but it denotes something else and differently. Through the event, we see and perceive it differently, as a living environment, a thorny and swarming field, as a place of simultaneous space and peace. The wind and the sunset on the field are suddenly felt and lived by someone, even though they have also existed every day without the event. Such a transfer of an event into a field destabilizes the whole event. Therefore, the event becomes more fragile. At the same time, even word and movement need to be sufficiently grounded in order to compete with the indefinitely stronger gusts of wind and the endless horizon. When the event is set in the open, this does not only mean a somehow different organization. The wind really brings a breath of fresh air to the anthropocentric and humanistic ontological assumptions inherent in the theater. The outside cannot be seen only as an extended scenography, as something that has always been there and will stay there after the end of the event, would thus be seen as a utilitarian object. On the contrary, it pushes us to be understood in the context of the post-humanist ecofeminist phenomenology, which says that the matter can affect other living and non-living beings. In a way, it is an agent, but not just in the way of causal determinism of physical resources. Now I quote from Astrida Nimanis: "Agency, in the new materialist and post-humanist sense, is quite basically about changing the possibilities of change. All matters take part in the agency as a doing, where possibilities for change emerge in ongoing interactions of matters that are never completed. Rather than a delusion of agency as applied to humans, new materialist agency invites us to consider how non-human bodies or matters might contribute to their own actualization or demand a response." End of quote. From a human perspective, the place of Grobničko polje, as explained by Betko, is actually a place of not here, a non-place, a desolate and empty place that is only being cut across by functional, technological and transport infrastructure. These are a reminder of human presence, but also something autonomous which is in a strange, not only conflicting harmony with nature. But precisely because this is a sort of non-place, it gives us the opportunity to see our lives in a different light, which is why it can be a place of utopia. This place, on the other hand, is not unusual for the wind, which often sweeps through it, nor is it unusual for the vegetation that can, in its roughness or barren land, spread without limits. When thinking about the settlement of an uninhibited field, it is always already inhabited, at least by scattered stone, in a precisely defined architecture which choreographs each step and stumble. However, it is not just about determining the place for orientation and topography, but also for archaeology and geology. The field is not only measured by our sight, but we try, through the depth of soil layers, to dig through to the notion of time, and sometimes, as in an avalanche, it is not possible to know whether we are digging to dig ourselves out or bury ourselves even deeper. Panic can be life-saving or detrimental. What is certain, however, is what we want to attain in this performance, namely, another time. Time after a certain end, which, at the same time, is the time of another beginning. When it is possible to start over in a different way. When, from a non-place and non-time, it is necessary to make a place and time. Is it possible to make this without repeating the mistake of the first accumulation, the first settlement, without trampling over everything and surviving anyway, without rebuilding a theater out of the world? Cross-genre protagonists. At the scheduled time in the evening, a considerable crowd of people gathers in the field. There they got some kind of drawings. They have headphones on their ears. They are technologically enhanced, connected to audio recordings sent to them by the organizer in advance. Apart from this, they do not get any additional instructions. They just step into the open field. Their direction is determined by the movement of other people, obstacles in the form of vegetation and stones in their way. Somewhere on the horizons in all directions, they are limited but by monuments of human technology and modernization. These are no foreign object, but as in Nathaniel Halpern's series The Tales from the Loop, its integral part, so that no one even looks back at the wandering robot in the middle of the forest. It is not about the idealization of nature, the choice of the more authentic over the contaminant, but about the realism of the Anthropocene, which has become an independent subject over which man no longer has control. Not only nature, but also technology has become an agent. At first, a little confused in the purposeless movement, the crowd, listening to the pleasant voice of Alexandra Stojaković Olenyuk, who interprets the text by Goran Verčec, surrenders to the meaning which speaks about the situation of conquering the open field, slowly somehow recovers from the dizziness, and finally finds their provisional bearings alongside 9 dancers who carry tables and some sort of lights. The strongest anchor for this is definitely a series of 11 texts by Verčec, which connect the concrete material experience of this particular space with a flow of thought that takes us into a somewhat post-apocalyptic situation. This is not set somewhere in the indefinite future, but in the present of our panic-stricken moment. Onto the ground we tread. Because of the headphones, we are, despite the common experience, alone at all times. Moreover, our recordings are not synchronized. The text addresses us directly. It plays with our understanding, calls up associations, stimulates imagination, gives cognitive tasks. All this in a very non-intrusive way. The text increasingly becomes poetry rather than instructions. It is invocative enough to take us to all possible landscapes, leaving enough space to ground us at the same time. Also, Sinisa Ilić's drawings are more of a fantasy rather than a scheme or an instruction, even though before the beginning they can in fear be understood as kind of a prospect for participatory tasks. The drawings are sketches, texts that we listen to, not tasks, but rather notes. These are, as Bojana Cvejić wrote somewhere, characteristic of Betko. I quote from her, "A note is not a command, but a connection to a problem, and the performer is to compose with the note, instead of using it to conquer and tame the resistance of the space and time of theater. Friction, resistance, deviation, and distortion are the shadow work operating in Betko's theater." End of quote. Now, for this work with notes, is also almost entirely handed over. Now, this work with notes is almost entirely handed over to the visitor. At first, this sound bubble of headphones is only broken through by gusts of wind and the Sloga Ravna Gora wind orchestra, which appears in the distance and brings the audience back to the actual community of this particular event. 9 dancers donning men's suits with prints of fluorescent drawing of Vjenceslav Richter, a utopian architect in whose Zagreb home one of the previous Betko performances, the foundation pit, took place. Thus, the motifs from individual Betko performances are intertwined. These are, among others, motifs of utopia, the ground, labor, and modernism. The dancers are scattered by the vastness of the field. Several groups of audience members settle around them, even though people are constantly moving from one performer to the other. Their movement lightly navigates the crowd like a frame, and their steps are directed by the natural ground and obstacles. This movement is simple, functional, and at the same time, unlike the stumbling surge of the audience, exceptionally dynamic, with a flying lightness charged. The dancers are not characters. As the only protagonists of the live performance, they are more signposts as well as effective contaminators who, on the physical level, trigger our responses. In the last phase of the event, when they take us to the grave pits, Their dance work becomes more condensed and suggestive. Pulsating bodies on and in the ground are somehow touching. When the sun sets, all the dancers gather and light up special lights and dance a harmonious choreography on a steep gravel slope to an abstract set of instructions, which they receive through a megaphone, and finally they disappear in the pits. Our endeavor to establish the protagonist in this work is not an easy task. This could be the play or the voice of the interpreter, but also the choreography of the dancers or the performance of the wind orchestra. But it is, at the same time, also the sunset, the glimmer of the overhead power line, the unevenness of the ground, the density of the vegetation, the blowing of the wind, the behavior of the crowd. Are we as audience members protagonists as well? The play and the landscape deconstruct us into individual views that are liberated, into imagination that runs wild and leaves the field. The dancers dismantle us to relationships between us. The wind makes our bodies responsive and vulnerable. More than individual performers or members of the audience, the protagonists of this performance are this emotion, that relationship, that thought, but also this body and that handful of soil. A new beginning after a certain end. In this performance, there is the repeated motif of the end after a catastrophe that we were afraid of, after which we slowly become familiar with the environment as new settlers of an unknown and foreign landscape. This settlement is uncertain, as we know from experience that the consequence of acclimatization is again the certain end. We are put in a certain equilibrium, where it is not clear yet who will be successful, or us or the wasteland. While we are waiting, we eat mud biscuits. The labor of panic has already been accomplished. The panic cannot last forever. It gets exhausted. We attempt to any situation. This is how our bodies work. Panic is an acute state of readiness to flee, but when we see that there is nowhere to escape, it abates, even though the external circumstances do not change significantly. We know this well enough from our year-long coexistence with COVID-19. The virus has driven us out of the theaters. It has occupied the auditoriums and has been on the lookout for living souls. It also occupied the stage and staged a performance. It staged a performance for itself. This is at the same time a performance about the meaning of theater as we have once known and practiced, about our interspecies relationships. The virus has proven to be an agent that has, to a vast extent, changed the possibility of change. If this means the, at least temporary, end of theater as we know it, it also means the reflection and practice of its new beginning, precisely because of the significant influence of non-human factors on theater.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
It's 20 minutes sharp, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Pia.
Ja, to sam zračunala.
Maybe first, if there are some questions from the audience. Anyone, some thoughts or something? Otherwise, I will have like 2 questions for you. Maybe when you were like talking about new non-human agency and emphasizing that in relationship to the performance by Betko, I'm interested also about the new ethics that could be developed through that, or what does it bring to the human being as such? If maybe you can develop that in relation to the panic that you mentioned at the end of your talk, which is also like the discussion in the philosophy or in the field of philosophy is quite strong about how the panic also changed or affected our bodies in a negative way, and that we are living in a constant panic situation, not only due to the COVID, but already before, because of the complete acceleration of reality in which we are living.
Well, we talked about that the COVID-19 is an opportunity before in the previous panel, but I think that it is not only that. I think that the real opportunity is for the theater to rethink its own grounds. So I think that performances like this, of course, this is only one case study, can be of such meaning, so that they can make us think of the very grounds of theater that we are building and around which we are building. Not only how we can reproduce the theater as such in another media, or how we just have to do our tasks and show this and that performance to the audience, but also how we do this and why we do all that. So I think that this is one of the performances that really made me think about that, about the grounds of theater, and also very material grounds of theater, which are the black boxes, and what does it happen when we release this beast of theater to the open field. And I think that, yes, theater and every other humanist endeavor that we as humans do needs to also reflect on the other species, and the environment in which it settles. So I think that the theater has still a lot of work to do in this field, but of course some practices are being developed. And as far as the panic is concerned, I think that theater is reproducing panic. I think the premier logic is producing and reproducing the panic mechanism in us spectators, in us theater doers, and it's perpetuating the panic. I think that maybe what we also need to do here is to rethink our mechanisms in which we are practicing theater, and to maybe slow down, take panic, maybe not to eliminate it. I think it is impossible, but to work with it, to work with it, to make it to go into our conscience and to work with it. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know, do we have time for another question? Something? No? Okay, then maybe we can continue, or I can ask another thing. Yeah? Okay. Betco self-abolished themselves, as you said, and this was kind of their last performance as an organization, but they didn't kind of self-abolish the collective, as Sergei told me. And for me, this is like seeing like how the exhaustion of creative labor, artistic work with application processes is kind of ending for them in a way. And I'm like thinking, because like looking at the NGO scene especially, which is like self-exhausting itself for years, and it's actually like fragmentized by this fact. How do you see this kind of procedure or the decision that they made? Is there like kind of a way out, or like a creation of new relationship, or maybe like what does it say about the production modes or new possibilities maybe? Like,
well, these really are times of crisis, and I think that this will lead to many radical changes and decisions, such as maybe is also this one, to self-eliminate, to end a 20-year-old lasting collaboration in a collective. Of course, this is something that was also produced by the exhaustion that you mentioned. The society and the conditions under we work in is forcing us into individualization, into atomization of our working, living beings. So I think that this is not a good opportunity, you know. This is not an opportunity. It's also an end of a paradigm of collectivity, which was possible maybe in some other times. But of course, I shouldn't end like this, that it's end of that, because all the endings are also new beginnings, as also in the Rat Panike work.
So a new beginning with Tomaž Krpić, a sociologist, theater scholar, editor, and research fellow at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Ljubljana University. His research interests concerns on various aspects of the performing body, the spectator's creative engagement in theater, social construction to the theater community, and political theater. He's currently working on a monograph about the performing body. In this paper, entitled The Antagonistic Contagiousness of Performing Body, he will demonstrate the double antagonistic contagiousness of the performing body, which originates from its substantiality. So the stage is yours.
Thank you, Yasmina. Although I believe the performing body extends beyond the borders of theater world, the scope of this paper cannot. I'm staying within the framework of theater and performance studies. I will concentrate on theater to contagiousness that takes the human body as its source of origin. The reasons for my decision arise from current epidemiological situation in which theater once again desperately face and forcefully fight the corruptible nature of the human body. But now for the first time on the international level. In this paper, I thus deliberately reduce my usually wider perspective to a particular. The performing body is understood to be constructed only by two antagonistic contagiousness in the current pandemic situation, which both derive from a unique material substantiality of the human body. The first contagiousness stems from the current health crisis, while the second is at least as old as theater itself, and is triggered by a distinct cognitive faculty of the human body when the theater goers encounter plays or performances in theater. I regard contagiousness as a dynamic process where an element, either in material or symbolic form, is transmitted from one subject to another, and which consequences is significant transformation of the second subject according to the state of the first subject. Contagiousness can be harmful, inoffensive, or beneficent. The concept of the performing body is built from various elements like subjectivity, psychosomatic process, space and time extension, discourse about it, cognition, semiotic, culture, aesthetics, society, politics, and many more. One of the elements that can be found within the frame of a definition of the performing body is also its material substantiality. We may use several different terms to address it: physical, material, fleshy, carnal, biological, medical, somatic, or phenomenal foundation of the body, to name just a few. Its essential characteristic is that we take it for granted. Most of the time we are not even aware of it. The material substantiality of the performing body is at home in daily life, where an individual mostly unconsciously accepts it, using the phenomenological principle of natural attitude. The issue of material substantiality of the performing body in theater and performance is subject of many artistic strategies, from being a vehicle for performing a character on the stage to being a place where inner psychological and outer physical theater world comes together in a particular theater creator or theater goer. The initiative to creatively affect material substantiality of the performing body is on the artist's side, for in order to produce a play or performance, the actor or performer has to significantly physically transform his or her body, while on the contrary, the theater goer is allowed to do it only mentally, as his or her performing body may only passively follow silent contemplation in the auditorium. Theater is not only a place where actors and performers communicate their creative process to the audience, but also a place where theater creators and theater goers can communicate virus to each other in epidemic times. Material substantiality of the performing body can be subject of various contagious diseases due to its biological status. Either a germ or a virus can seriously affect our health or even kill us. This becomes notably apparent in the time of the current global pandemic, when the body in general becomes target of the COVID-19. The performing body is in double jeopardy. First, as a phenomenal or medical body due to possible COVID-19 contraction, and second, as semiotic body due to sanitary restrictions and temporal closure of the theaters. The affected performing body not only struggles for own survival, at the same time it represents, according to interpretation of medical authorities, hypothetical potential source of little contagiousness to other performing bodies through physical touch or merely its physical presence. Small wonder the theater profession was the first and up to now one of the most striking victims of the COVID-19. In most countries, theater buildings were closed after the pandemic outbreak. Thousands of theater creators had to leave the safety of their everyday work creative environment, and consequently their social security is now seriously endangered, if not entirely wiped out. Theaters now cautiously reopen their auditoriums under the new sanitary conditions of mask wearing and hand sanitizing, and strict maintenance of physical distance, many times wrongly addressed as social distancing. Why is the use of the expression social distancing wrong and harmful in so many ways when it comes to theater? The answer lies in the importance of bodily presence. In his book about the crisis of presence in modern society, Vincent Miller writes that behind an invasive introduction of internet and media technology in our everyday life lurks an ideology of bodily escapism. No doubt the average member of the modern society is still Cartesian, unfoundedly separating and subordinating the body from the mind. In addition, use of modern media significantly reduces face-to-face relationship among people. However, despite latest emergence of the culture of disembodiment, the body nevertheless still proves its significance and indispensability on the daily basis in some areas of human life. Exactly, theater and performance is a place where bodily presence still overcomes one that is mediated by technology and where longing for radical concept of bodily presence is a value and norm of theater community. So the essence of theater practice demands exactly the opposition to social distancing, for theater is, on the contrary, a social gathering. And social gathering in theater is bodily gathering. The theater goers go and sit in the auditorium or occasionally even participate on the stage. Physical presence enables them to slip into sensorial relationship with the actors and performers on the stage. There are 3 reasons why bodily perception in theater and performance is important. First, according to Tindant's theory of material culture, 2 aspects of physical presence in theater can be distinguished. The first is material. The physical substantiality of the performing body, together with scenography and stage properties, causes sense of presence between the stage and auditorium. The second is symbolic. Physical substantiality of the performing body affords mediated symbolic communication among all involved in theater and creates distinct and symbolic world, allegedly separated from its carrier. Because of this double intertwined, layered quality of presence in the theater goer's theatrical experience is especially strong and deep in comparison to other art forms. For the discussion on theater contagiousness, Erika Fischer-Lichte provides a reason why the theater goers like to visit theater. Presence in theater collapses body-mind dichotomy and causes embodied mind. In daily life, this is something which is unreachable to the average theater goers because the body and the mind are forcefully kept apart by application of technical and electronic media, which can simulate effect of presence in theater, but cannot produce its authentic form. The unification of the body and mind provides an individual with rare moments of deep happiness to which the theater goers become addicted with time. Second, the element of perception is important for catching the idea of two different performing bodies in theater and feeling. Erin Hurley connects feelings in theater with the body of spectators as well as performance perception. She finds two sentient bodies in theater and performance, those of the actors, or the performers and those of the spectators. Hurley, both versions of the performing body addresses as the perceiving bodies. Orientation towards perception derives from Hurley's acknowledgement that theater is a super-stimuli environment where technology of feeling is used to direct and intensify the spectator's senses and thus also his or her perception. And finally, there is a fourth element, building a theater community. In Cognitive Mindscape, an invitation to cognitive sociology, Aviator Zerubbabel works on a comprehensive sociology of perception. Like many other elements of society, he believes perception is socially constructed too. Every community, and theater community is not an exemption here, produces its own distinguished pattern of perception of reality and provides feeling of home. In the introduction to his book on community, Zygmunt Bauman compares community to a fireplace where one can metaphorically warm hands, and I suppose the rest of the body too. The metaphor elegantly portrays the main reason why humans build and maintain theater communities. Theater metaphorically warms our performing bodies. In the transformative power of performance, Erika Fischer-Lichte shares with Hans-Thies Lehmann a definition of presence as a process of consciousness. In this interpretation, the body seems to be something that is merely a vehicle or platform for this process. For presence in theater is articulated through the body and sensed by the spectator through their bodies. The body is kind of a bridge across which sensorial experience of outer world enter the mind, or an instrument with which theatergoers gain knowledge about presence in theater. And although it looks like Fischer-Lichte and Lehmann follow the idea of the separation between the body and the mind on behalf of the second, their interpretation actually leads towards the body as a foundation of theater contagiousness. Namely, the mind is found in the body, primarily in the central nervous system, where mirror neurons, which play the major role in theater's cognitive contagiousness, are located. Yet not the whole performing body, says Hurley, but the so-called theatrical brain is the mechanism which produces theater and performance. And I could be a bit critical about this stance, but I don't have time to go into details, maybe some other times. Interpretation of the mirror neurons tells us that they are those neurons in the brain of a person that fire off when he or she observes bodily behavior of someone else, and which would fire off if that person would get involved in the same behavior. Mirror neurons are visuomotor neurons. When the spectator observes an actor or performer on the stage acting, the mirror neurons in his or her head provides him or her with similar, if not the same feelings and thoughts he or she might have being on stage by herself. The existence of the mirror neurons is the reason humans develop empathic relationship to others. On directing and dramaturgy, Eugenio Barba briefly speaks about the idea of the mirror neurons in the field of theater and performance. When actor or performer moves on or makes gestures on the stage, the spectator is forced to react to such movement accordingly. The communication that follows from the performer to the spectator is predominantly visual, but the effect that it has on the spectator is kinesthetic. In the spectator's mind, the performer behavior on the stage evokes personal memories of similar physical experiences from his or her own everyday life. Barba even precisely defined the utmost distance between the performer and the spectator, between which the principle of mirror neurons still has an effect. The distance is approximately 10 meters from the stage. This observation of the impact of close distance on performer-spectator's relationship goes along with the idea of peripersonal space as an individual's multisensorial space of communication or near-distance action space between 1 meter and 6 and almost 7 meters. However, Barba is right if Barba is right, then sanitation restriction of keeping a 6-meter distance between the stage and the first row of spectators in Slovenian theaters in the past, in the autumn, significantly reduced space of resonance and thus also empathy between the actor or performer and the spectator. The natural environment responsible for the existence of mirror neurons still exists today, except that humans add to its social, cultural, and political component. So the relation between mirror neurons and environment now works in the opposite way too. Our mirror neurons in our brain, which operates like a small theater, expect a distinct environment to be triggered in order to gain empathy. Theater directors, actors and performers, stage designers and so on, produce mental images of imagined theater scenes which force them externally to construct real objective models of those that exist in their own mind. Okay, final words or some kind of a conclusion. Contagiousness in theater is of double antagonistic nature. On one hand, the theater contagiousness can be unpleasant and serious medical condition established through deficient and vulnerable physical bodies of the actors, performers, and the theatergoers. While on the other hand, the play or performance produce pleasant and enjoyable cognitive contagiousness. Science and medicine teach us that the first contagiousness is better to avoid, while we very much like to be exposed to the second one. Both forms of contagiousness are highly dependent on physical presence of our performing bodies, and that is why we cannot avoid their clash. So, as it is usual with humans, we like to calculate and bet what our chances are. The calculation makes us uncomfortable, not only because its outcome is uncertain, but also because the decision whether to take risk or not is not solely on us. It is an administrative act done by the epidemiologists and the governments on behalf of the public health. However, as it was already said before, continuous exposure to the theater contagiousness make us all highly dependent theater junkies, and we all need our daily dose of theater and performance in order to not to go insane, despite the danger of possible contraction of COVID-19. And this is where I will finish my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to my blah, 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 blah.
No, thank you very much, Tomasz. It was a pleasure listening to the contagious bodies from two perspectives. but I will provoke you with where you were already stuck, and you pinpointed some let's say quotation that you disagree, which was theatrical brain is the mechanism which produces theater and performances. Can you maybe comment on your kind of critical perspective?
Brains are involved, don't worry. It's just that I consider the wholeness of the body that need to be involved when you are in theater. You cannot reduce the human body. You cannot reduce the performing body only to the human brains. It would be,
sure
I mean, it would be I hope we all agree on this. No?
Completely. Maybe if there is like a question from the audience, otherwise I will continue. So where to go from here, where we are in this very moment? How to empower the theater, the closure, the authenticity, the spontaneity, dialogue, affective body, and so on.
Well, in general, I share the same opinion as many other sociologists and anthropologists and even some theater scholars. Like, for instance, today, even already mentioned Richard Schechner. And Richard Schechner believes, among or for instance, Erving Goffman's, but I should not go into details, but because the story about Goffman is far more complicated, and it would exceed this space and time we have. After all, we are all already very hungry, I believe. But we are, the performing body goes beyond. You can find the performing body is not located only in the theater. I think that the performing body goes beyond theater. The theater is a mechanism which exploit the performing body. You know, the performing body in theory is a special kind of body. Yeah, you are physically present, but performing body is not only physical. I concentrated in this particular paper. I concentrated on the physical substantiality of the performing body. But of course, there's more than that, because we are talking about contagiousness, and contagiousness is obviously heavily dependent on physical presence and the physicality of the human body. But of course, we perform all the time. We are all actors in some sense. Of course, we are not actors. I'm not an actor, but we perform every day, every minute of our life. We perform. What we do in theater is just a special kind of performance, and in this way, I'm not afraid for the theater. That the theater will preserve. The theater is the basic of human civilization. When the human civilization will end, then you can be sure that the theater will no longer exist. But as long as theater exists, we are safe. I hope. At least I have this feeling of safeness inside theater. So I'm sorry if I exaggerate a lot, but I like to do it.
Okay, so don't exaggerate more, but maybe let's... okay, there is a question.
Can you need the micro because of the... Thank you, Tomasz, for your very inspiring lecture. I would like to refer to what you have just said, that all the bodies, even outside of theater, are performing bodies. And here we speak about a certain aspect or layer of a body. We have physical body, etc. But what I found very interesting in this, would you make any theoretical distinction, or you would on the contrary, identified the notion of culturally framed body and performing body. Is every culturally framed body at the same time performing body or not?
No.
I'm just wondering. Yeah.
No, I'm not making an equation between both bodies. But to be honest, I don't know how to be precise what the performing body in theater actually is. She said before that I'm currently writing a book on the performing body. And the reason why I started is because at one point, although I'm involved in this body, I'm interested in everything that is somehow related to the body. I always, I'm body junkie of some kind of. But at one point, I didn't find a precise definition or something clear expressed what the performing body in theater is. And along with writing this book, I find more questions than answers.
Yeah, of course.
It is horrible in some way. But of course, there is a difference between every body in every performing body in everyday life. But I wouldn't use the performing body for using body in everyday life. I would rather stay this term to be used, the performing body, for the body used in theater, just to be more clear and precise and not to make a bigger mess than already it is.
No, I got an idea. I mean, you inspired me to think of how do we articulate the cultural aspect of a body, whether rooted in a certain gender or ethnic, etc. Context, if not by performing. So is there a possibility to make these two notions pretty close to each?
It's very hard to say. I mean, it's very hard to, if you go into a field research, if you're go into it, you will see that sometimes it's very hard to make to draw a line between one and the other. And the art, I think the art of theater is to slowly shift from one to another and back. And it's, you know.
You have another question? Yes, I would just like to add the note that I recommend reading and studying Bojana Kunst's texts about performing body, exactly about that. She's very precise in this definition, and also she made her PhD and she is the lecturer in Germany about it. This is just a recommendation because she was very, very precise in this, especially treating the body.
I'm a bit unhappy because he quit to work. She quit to work on this subject. He's no longer, which is of course normal. She's very prolific writer, and but I know I am familiar with her work,
and they are very precious. I'm sorry to make.
Yeah, you know, I'm extremely picky, and I would like more, more and more and more. Okay,
maybe it's time to finish. We will make a break. It's written in the schedule 1 hour, but we decided to make it a bit longer, 1 hour and a half. So everyone who is here online and in physical space with us, make sure to be back in 1 hour and a half. Sorry to be late, but I think 10 past. No. At 2 o'clock. Let's make it sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back on the last panel. We will start with the Italian set of 4 lecturers who will present the analysis of the Italian case concerning the COVID-19 situation. So I would like to welcome Giovanni Boccia Artieri, Laura Gemini, Stefano Brilli, and Francesca Giuliani. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much. Hello, I'll share my screen for the presentation. Okay. And here it is. Can you hear me right? Can you all see well?
Yes, we hear you well, but we don't see you for now. Please just wait a moment.
All right.
Now we also see you.
But you should see the presentation, not my face, which is uninteresting.
We currently see your face.
That's okay. You can also make with.
Please.
Okay, tell me when we can start. And
I think we can start.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you very much. We are very honored by this invitation, and a special thank for changing the timetable, which allowed us to be here. We are a research group from the University of Urbino, led by Professor Laura Gemini and Giovanni Boccia Artieri, which has been working for a while on theoretical and empirical research on the relationship between theater, performance, media, and social processes. And today we will try to give our outlook on what happened in Italy during the COVID crisis. So on the 9th March 2020, Italy became the first European country to enter into a total lockdown. Venues dedicated to performing arts were partially reopened on the 15th June 2020 and closed again on October of the same year. And in each of these phases, we witnessed the development of digital initiatives that attempted to ensure the theatrical offer continuity and nurture the relationship with remote audiences. Artists initially moved hesitantly in this digital environment with no guarantee of success, but with time they later developed more structured intervention, thanks also for the increasing of funds. The efforts to make theater endure renewed the debate on the relationship with digital technologies, often with polarized position clashing. For example, how can the specificity of theater persist without theaters? Which discrimination are produced by digital constraints? And which of these online action will continue once we return to normality? These are some of the reflections that developed around this phase in Italy. On the 28th of December 2020, Romeo Castellucci, perhaps the best known Italian director active today, declared that the theater on the internet is ridiculous. It is a nonsense, a little vulgar thing. But even online performances were introduced often by artist disclaimers in the vein of "this is not theater but," or followed by discussion that stressed very clearly the performance surrogate and extraordinary nature. So despite the many multimedia and digital experiments of the last decades, the pandemic emergency has reactivated a certain need to establish and circumscribe theater specificity. So in this brief presentation, we would like to focus on the way the Italian theater sector has refought its space of intervention in the various phases of the pandemic. And to this end, we will briefly introduce the mediatization approach, which informs our analysis. And then we will go into these 3 phases that we named the lockdown theater, theater of distancing, and theater of empty seats. And in the conclusion, we will try to understand in which phase are we now. So, as you all know, the relationship between media and theater is one of the most fruitful areas of reflection in theater and performance studies. But in analyzing this relationship, these studies have often limited themselves to observing how theater uses communication technologies on the stage or for the circulation of performances. Instead, we draw from a mediatization approach, which sees all the dynamic involved in the social construction of reality as increasingly influenced by media. And in the case of media and performance, this involves looking beyond the way media technologies are employed only on the stage and observe how the mediatized everyday experience of artists influence their practices. So this month has indeed seen an acceleration in the mediatization processes that were already in place, which are now becoming more visible and researchable, like the mediatization of dramaturgy with increasing transmediality of theatrical narratives, mediatization of presence in the digital liveness between online and offline, and the mediatization of the theatrical relationship in the daily social media communication of artists and theaters that goes beyond the purely promotional function. And next to mediatization, we should also consider the platformization of cultural production. That is, that we should acknowledge how platforms produce social structures, not just reflect them. And in this sense, the relocation of theatrical activities to online spaces raises questions beyond the issue of theatrical specificity. It is not enough to ask what happens to theater in this relationship with the digital. Instead, we needed to denaturalize the digital as a singular, neutral container. Rather, it is necessary to look at the way platforms, technical, normative, and economic biases influence the shape of the cultural offer. So, to better discern these initiatives that Italian theater and artists develop in response to the health crisis, we consider it useful to use these three phases periodization. Lockdown theater from the 9 March to the June 2020, theater of distancing from the 15 June 2020 to October 2020, and the theater of empty seats from October 2020 to the current partial reopening of April. This categorization highlights how the different stages of the containments corresponded to different ways of imagining and managing the performance space. So in the first phase, the one during the national lockdown, this one is characterized by a use of digital platforms to amplify what was possible to do at home. So the first wave of initiatives was driven by the urgency for theater to rebuild its presence and relevance. And this urgency meant that artists drew from a known repertoire of mediatized forms or attempted provisional exploration in new platforms. At first, the two most widespread activities were disseminating archive materials and streaming readings. The requalification of archive materials has often tried to recompose a sense of the live event of a present time. And this aim was pursued by building video theater palimpsest or by experimenting with the adaptation of the play to the digital platform. One example is Fortebraccio Teatro that adapted the audio part, only the audio part of Cantico dei Cantici, Songs of Songs, into a Spotify playlist. The fashion of networked readings was launched very early by Association Kilowatt, as early as the 11 March 2020, and as they began reading of Gianni Rodari, C'era due volte il Barone Lamberto, with 50 actors and theater operators participating from their homes. As the persistence of theater's closure became obvious to everybody, artists and operators began a more thorough reflection on the technical means at their hand. And the domestic space was thus transformed from an obligatory scenery into a dramaturgical scenery, to dramaturgical strategies. One example is the Daily Decree by Michele Sinisi, which every day at lunchtime, Sinisi streamed live on Facebook from his kitchen, as you can see here, broadcasting news from his time in quarantine as a daily counterpart of the Prime Minister periodic transmission of legislative updates. Alongside the domestic space, we also find the development of media-based space, not just digital one, but also based on older forms of telecommunication. In Theatre on a Line, Cuoco Bosetti produced a telephone performance for a single spectator, or for example, we have Radio India that played with the radio medium. Then, of course, we have the video conferencing platforms such as Zoom, which were the cornerstone, and still is, the cornerstone of the period working live, were used as a scenic space to readapt past work, like in Ora Pro Nobis from Teatro Dionisio and Hamlet Private by Scarlattine Teatro. So, to resume, this first phase we have the remembered space of recorded performance, the home space of readings and domestic performances, and the imagined space of media performances. These are the three main ways into the theater space was remediated in the first phase. The second phase, that of theater of distancing, start as early as the midnight between the 14th and the 15th June with the monologue for the very famous Italian theater storyteller Ascanio Celestini in Teatro Sperimentale in Pesaro in June 2020. Another example is Lapsus Urbano, again 15 June, first day possible, by Kepler 452, which is this time an outdoor performance, an audio-guided performance written during the quarantine. As these two cases exemplify, these intermediate phases characterized by theatrical spaces reshaped by the constraints of the virus containment rules. This restructuring favored dramaturgical solutions suited to the distancing, like monologues, performances for a limited number of performances or of performers, and experiments with space inserted as a distance into the writing. So a first group of experiments worked on the creative use of open space. This example is The Actor in the Glass Box by Marco Baliani, where actors performed inside glass cases. Another example is the return of festivals to outdoor public spaces. This is Sant'Arcangelo Festival, which is one of the most important Italian contemporary theater festival that symbolically reoccupied the entire city for this occasion, thus retracing its roots in street theater. Other experiments involve the scenographic reinvention of the theater space. This is Teatro La Fenice in Venice, that plays spectator on the stage in a permanent installation, evoking a wooden mill under construction. Then we have the blended spaces, where offline and online interacted, and this solution was initially adopted to mitigate the problem of frequent sold-outs, because of seats limitation, of course, but it has stimulated possible logistical alternatives that events can maintain even after the pandemic crisis. Several festivals activated live stream on their website, but Roma Europa Festival adopted a constitutive blended logic, selecting works that expanded the on-stage with live performances on digital platforms at the same time. For example, like in this work by Ellie Papakonstantinou, Traces of Antigone. However, there were also many theaters and festivals that failed to reorganize their programming for the summer phase. This disparity has raised the debate about the cost and the compromises of reopenings and the new roles that festivals and theaters have found themselves playing. Already during the lockdown, some festivals refold themselves as meeting spaces beyond the physical space. This example is a Facebook group from the, again, Sant'Arcangelo Festival called the Dream Souk, They created an open space with all kind of users could share their imaginaries of the future. And this show how it's not just about how to continue offering live performances, but also how to guarantee the continuity in the dialogue with territories and communities. 26 October 2020 marked the entry into a new phase of virus containment. Therefore, new cultural venues again shut down. There are some crucial differences this time in comparison to the first phase. First of all, theaters could be used by artists in residencies, for example. Then there are measures that supported this sector, and then there are some experiences on the online platform that created some experience, just to say, sedimented in the artist practices. So these factors led us to consider this phase as what we call the theater of empty seats, which means theater returns to extra-domestic, outside home spaces, but is forced to meet the audience outside the canonical relationship between the stage and the seats. Physical theater returns to be a functional space, but for artistic residencies, for rehearsal, for recording and streaming studio, and for television production, as a scenery for television production. This example is Zona Rossa at the Bellini Theatre in Naples, where artist residency were streamed online, combining then open rehearsal and reality show. Other festival like Teatri di Vetro has set up a real film studio inside the theater. Then we have in this phase renewed interest of television, of national television in the theatrical setting, and this has been particularly successful for opera. For example, in this case, Barbiere di Siviglia, directed by Mario Martone at the opening of the inauguration of Teatro dell'Opera of Rome. Other experiments during primetime television were less successful, like Ricomincio da Rai 3, broadcasted from the Sistina Theatre in Rome, which was highly criticized and scarcely followed. But empty theater were not the only scenario in this phase. Some experimented with new ways of meeting the spectator in the physical spaces of the city. This attempt was made by following what, next to the streaming, is the other great prototype of mobility in the pandemic times, which is home delivery. Kepler 452, Coprifuoco, Ippolito Chiarello, Barbonaggio Teatrale, Teatro Patalò, Porta Poetica. These are some examples of these takeaway creations where actors, like theater riders, deliver the show to people's homes. Then we have, again, the experimentation on native online spaces that continued also during this phase, thanks also to an increase of funds. And this has led to less tentative uses of digital platforms by artists already involved in intermedia practices, but also to companies that previously never had the resources, the skills, nor the need to experiment with digital media. For instance, this is an initiative of a entirely digital season from Marche Theatrical Association. Marche is the region, Italian region, which is called Marco Palcoscenico Aperto, which is Marche Open Stage, a theater without theaters festival, which collected more than 60 projects from local artists, many of which never have done anything similar in the digital phase. So where are we now? It goes without saying that it's too early to establish the present moment specific features. Nevertheless, 2 points can be made. Well, firstly, this has been a very intense season in terms of protest and demands. Attempts to reopen theaters were accompanied by the voices of those working in the sector. And these voices pointed out that the social security conditions were still lacking to sustain the huge losses and to ensure a safe return. since only some of the most popular theaters and artists could afford to reach the break-even point with the existence audience restrictions. But now the theater and festival right now seems to be coming back to life again. We register, and I specify in a purely anecdotal way, this is purely anecdotally, an interesting contrast, because some of the artists we know are telling us about full venues, very successful performances, and audiences which sparks with desire to come back. Other theater organizations, on the other hand, tell us that most of their event is unsuccessful, are empty, are failures. And again, this is still superficial observation, but it is logical to think that this new phase of reopenings preserves the disparities accumulated over the last year and a half between those who have been able to build an expectation and those that haven't been able to do so, and so find themselves among the indirect of this growing competition in this phase. So to conclude, in this contribution, in this paper, we offered a brief account of how the Italian theater has reacted to the closure of theaters due to the pandemic. And we have tried to underline the multiple ways in which the performance space has been rethought beyond the simplistic idea of the theater on the internet. This is a reductive view because it still depends on a prejudice that sees the online environment as a unitary field, and because it does not consider the rematerialization trajectories that we have witnessed in the past months before the reopenings. Finally, it is a perspective limited to the principle of transferring theater. But rather than asking whether online theater is still theater or not, we find it more fruitful to ask what kind of research into media formats and technologies theater artists can offer, whether this is outside or inside the theater sector. Thank you very much.
So thank you again for this briefing. I think that we can see a lot of common places in your and our own situation. I would just like to ask you, what was the help from the state for the most precarious sector of the artists?
Anyone else want to answer?
Go, Stefano.
The funding situation is it's a very complex one, and it's the one that sparked most of the discussion and most of the complaints, of course. There are different funds for artists, many of which are problematic because of the way they count the condition of being workers of the theater sector. And this is maybe one of the main, maybe it's the main problem right now. And during this time, we also conducting some research with interviewing artists, a focus group with the artists of Marche Palcoscenico Aperto, which were the initiative that we showed before. And one of the most recurring complaints was that was in the way the status of being an worker of the sector has been calculated by these fundings, and this is surely one of the most problematic aspects. Then there are debate about the fact that some funds went to digital initiatives. Of course, not everybody are in the position of the skills, the interest, the technologies to develop initiatives in this way. Right now, the most pressing issue is, of course, the fact that, as I said, due to seats limitation, it's very difficult to reach a break-even point. So this is something that only major theaters or companies that has been structured in a certain way, only some of them can afford to open again like they used before.
And may I add
Thank you.
a comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And from the artist's point of view, I think that another important issue to focus in this very, very present days is a very difficult political situation for the artists, because we have been facing a big protest in these days, started from Teatro di Roma, the Theatre of Rome. And there are many protests, for example, because maybe the artistic community, the theatrical Italian community, thought that the pandemic crisis could be a chance to change the political and economical situation of Italian artists and workers of the spectacle in general. And this wasn't. So we have a big problem for a very political point of view. That is a problem of these days in particular. I read this morning another article about this situation, and I think is something that we have to observe and to better understand in the next future.
Thank you very much. I think we should move on, so maybe you can stay tuned and add something at the end of our discussion if you want to. So next we have two more guests here live from Slovenia. I'm very pleased that I can welcome Rok Vevar, who is a dear colleague and an archivist, historian of contemporary dance, and also founded a temporary archive, Slovene Archive for Contemporary Dance at the Museum of Contemporary Art. And he's the author of many or several books, and one of them can be found just on the courtyard here. It's about Ksenia Hribar. So, of course, you're very welcome to also look at that. Rok will speak today about not only public spaces which shut down during the pandemic, but will also speak about the notion of public time. So, Rok, please.
We are getting to the time of day when we are getting less intelligent somehow, almost by the rule, and I will try to do my best with the sketch that I outlined, because I'm feeling now for some time, I've been feeling now for some time that all these sessions discussing or presenting some talks about the current pandemic situations are not so interesting for me, because I think we are in some kind of unresolvable situation at this point, and we are stuck in the circle. We are circling around the same kind of very micro situations. And I decided recently, or I've been recently busy with this. I was asking myself about basically this situation that we are in, or we've been in for the last year, and I decided that I have to step a little bit back, because also I felt that with these Zoom sessions that we've been having for a year, for the whole year, I had a feeling that we are kind of staging the labor while being out of work somehow. And it was more like preserving the vibe or the groove or the rhythm of our work more than really working. I have to say, if we look back in the history of contemporary dance, the whole basically century of contemporary dance is full of different crises, economic, political, and health crises as well. I know for two examples when in the 1920s, when in Italy fascists came to power, they used the pandemic of tuberculosis for basically prohibiting public events, especially in the Slovenian ethnical territories, because they were afraid of resistance. This is very interesting thing that the Trieste daily newspaper Zedinost is documenting in 1926, and what is interesting is that the Ljubljana newspaper Slovenec at the time, which was kind of very conservative Catholic newspaper, basically wrote at one point that this should be applied also for in the territories of monarchy of Slovene Serbs and Croats, especially in the Slovenian territories, this kind of oppressive approach of politics. But for example, if we look at the history of contemporary dance, we have one example of a huge epidemic in the New York, especially in the New York in the 1980s, when in the 15 years in this city, the epidemic of AIDS took around 40,000, according to my data, lives. And in one film, Fran Lebowitz, in the film of Public Speaking of Martin Scorsese, claims it wasn't tragic that this epidemic took so many lives of artists, choreographers, and dancers, but she literally says that in 5 minutes the whole audience died. And this is interesting because we don't realize, outside of this kind of center of epidemics, what it can do. We are in Europe not so much aware of how extensive this epidemic was. What is interesting nowadays that basically we don't see any more contemporary production from New York coming to Europe. Basically, we are stuck by the old names, the big names who developed in the 1960s and 1970s, and all the rest, the young American choreographers which are visible, are living in European Union because basically the context has died. And this is kind of one historical example of which is in contradiction how contemporary dance in history dealt with the economic crisis in the 1920s and 1930s. We had the huge range of different companies being on tour all the time. So basically they were earning their daily bread and a place to sleep while touring. And they were, some companies basically toured for 20 years. This is something that is in contradiction with the kind of health crisis of, for example, pandemic or epidemic proportions, because mobility was something that stopped at this point, and contemporary dance has always, and also the previous ballet context, were also so much kind of they depended on the possibility to mobilize, going around, travel around, tour, and so on. So this is just for somehow the beginning. And I see that, for example, these precarious artistic practices like contemporary dance, non-institutional theater, contexts, NGO sector, basically the most precarious communities are more inclined to be influenced by these critical situations, and also what is interesting, different contradictions come out. One of the things, for example, when we were Zooming in the spring or fall already, a friend of ours, one dancer, said, I don't know where do I belong, because I'm basically situated outside of my hometown, traveling all around, going around residences, and suddenly I'm stuck somewhere where I don't belong, and I have a huge problem of having health security and so on. I mean, this is. I mean, there are many of these examples. But what, for example, in our struggles in the recent years, what I find interesting, and what somehow I've been observing now for, let's say, since the economic financial crisis of 2008 on, is the somehow erosion of the public. And, you know, for example, if you study the public or theory of the public, you usually, of course, this kind of classical references usually refer to the public spaces and public sphere. And for me, this, for example, erosion of public sphere didn't give me any proper answer. Why is it possible that the public sphere get eroded? And at a certain point, I think we in Kran had this some kind of roundtable, and I came up with this, just basically the term public time, and I felt that this is kind of pregnant notion or initiative term to think, because I feel that, for example, many public spaces in the last decade stayed or ended up without public sphere. For example, when I wrote reviews when I began to write reviews, my claim was that you don't have to see all the performances in the certain context or community, because performances communicate with each other. They basically include each other. I'm not sure whether this is still true. I don't think so. For example, but it's 15 years back, if you saw 50% of the production, in this 50%, you saw the rest of them. They would communicate with each other, they would include each other, they would be in this kind of public dialogue or discussion with each other, different aesthetics and so on. I mean, the erosion of public sphere, and I would claim public time, brought us to the fact that we have, for example, in Ljubljana, let's say different venues, organizations, institutions, and so on, almost, I don't know, like they would live in the different planet, on the different planets. It's totally fragmented. They have. Well, once there is no public, we talk about the audiences, and they have their own targeted audiences or audiences that basically change from performance to performance. For me, there is no public in different sense anymore, because public, usually, for example, public spaces are somehow connected to the, I guess state, municipalities, regions that to a certain extent basically they're providing the conditions in which the commons could be developed. Also, I would say that public institutions are not, or the cultural system is not anymore very much interested to have this kind of public. This kind of public is dangerous. It's basically are the spaces in which the critical thought is developed. And I would claim that one of the crucial things in order to get rid of the public spaces, or to get to the point where public spaces are more or less staging themselves as public, although they are to a certain extent privatized or occupied by the certain group of people, or they are, I would say, territorialized. I mean, these are the basic, these are the conditions of public spaces once the public sphere is eliminated, and it's eliminated exactly because the public time, let's say, the awareness of the certain kind of historic narrations, histories, and of course then possibility or potentiality of getting to a certain plan and future are eliminated. For me, public time is some kind of, I don't know, you know, philosophically, I won't be precise. Let's say substance that feeds the public sphere. It's fluidity of time. It's the certain quality of time that contains past and the future in the present. It's a certain kind of awareness, and I guess intentional thinking, you know, like what is interesting, for example, in the one director of the prominent Slovenian national institutions, the institution that was removed recently, Zdenka Badovinac, claimed that the Ministry of Culture gave her argument that her programming or curating is too much, that it's too much impregnated by the interest of history. You know, with the interest of history. I mean, you know, like this is so ridiculous and so frightening that, you know, like it's like crazy. And I claim that, for example, authorities these days are interested, especially for certain historical revisionism, which is connected with the elimination of histories or deficit of histories, the elimination of histories connected to the purification of art on the account of alternative artistic practices, or also institutional. Let's say now we are both in the same boat, but the ones that are not connected to the idea of national are the most endangered. This elimination of revisionism, of course, historical revisionism, and of course with this it's connected some kind of privatization of the public. For in the recent theater institutions, which is for me, you know, like after 2008, we all got very, very kind of sober. You know, this idea of the end of history, it's finished at this point for sure, if not before. I mean, history as the story of class struggle and so on. But for example, in the most prominent national theater institutions, they would have seasons somehow, what is the term? Basically, season focused on the intimacy, for example, which is in total opposition with public. I mean, the public comment. So basically, it's almost like the further fragmentation of, you know, like individualism, you know, this kind of individual positions, let's say, unconnected. Basically it's connected to immunization of self. So, for example, I mentioned, for example, when the time is eliminated or histories are eliminated from the public, we see territorialization. Where I am is much more. It's much more important than who I am, because who I am always brings along the question of time, who I was and what I want to become. Where I am, networking, it's very, very important thing, and we see it all around us. Local, international, territory keepers, I would call this networking territory keepers. and the most important are kind of non-official networks that we see. And I always, also in the last year, I was joking that, you know, for example, these bubbles that we are talking about while in the period of pandemic, I claimed, you know, like, but Slovenia was, you know, Slovenia is set of bubbles from the Middle Ages on. You know, we don't have to make certain kind of special measures. It's basically, we are set of different bubbles which protect small communities. Also, I think Vesna Vugodina, anyway, you know, whatever we think of her, talks in this wonderful book of post-socialism, something about the historical reasons for these bubbles. Then we have, you know, in elimination of time, for example, is connected with immunization as opposition to communities, communization. Products become very much more important than processes, because basically what we are confronted with is one present moment turning into the next. And this also, I think, when we look now after 30 years onto the Slovene cultural system, is basically what we saw, what we see is exactly this kind of lack of public time, lack of historical awareness of what happened in the different practices, art practices in Slovenia. We can read this from the application forms, and of course the lack of any cultural programs. Now we are kind of very directly connected with this. So it's basically one present moment after another without really without time. This is, and of course, when you deal only with this kind of present time in the public, what you end up with is that basically everything turns into the exchange value and nothing to experiential value, or very rarely, because, you know, experiential value needs time. Also, you know, the production or creation, I mean the labor of the theater, the processes that we usually connect that with, they need, I mean, time. And this is something that also on the very practical level is not there. What is interesting also, when I was, just stop me at a certain point, because yeah. What is also interesting for me is in the frame of these cultural systems, or our cultural system, that I was thinking about is that basically public spaces of the past is what's kind of left to us, or what we are left with. What I mean is, for example, if we really look to this kind of consideration of the space, what is symbolic value of the state, usually it's connected with the educational, cultural, scientific institution. This is basically what stays, what it's guaranteed to endure. We are still making 80% of the cultural production in the infrastructure that the previous system built for us. And what this proves to a certain extent, I'm sure it proves that the previous system kind of contained the public, or understood what is public time. It's not something just for the present moment, but something that will have the future potentialities to transform, reform, change for people that were not living then, but appeared or were born later with with different aspirations and so on. This is something that it's interesting when you think about. Oh, yeah. I have a lot. I mean, it's quite. Yeah. No, but no. I mean, you know what? What I also, for example, in terms of public and audiences, I love to talk about touristification of the public events or public institutions. Once basically the public is eroded, you end up with audiences, and audiences has the same, for me, characteristic as tourists. They somehow, the contract between the coming to the event and going out is that basically you only come once. Public is always there. When you have to target the audience, basically you mostly count that they appear once and never again. Basically, it's a huge amount of investment that one has to, in order to work or to produce audiences. It's different with the public. Public is enduring. Public is something that we share. Public is the information that we know. Public is something that we discuss. The performances extend to outside. It's something that in our short life we had opportunity to be a part of. It's and Vilma, for example, will know this even more dynamically and intensively. So what also, I mean, this is something that can extend. I also at the end connect time with the notion of the other. Basically, treatment of the other is something that it's always included in time if I want to go on. It's this Zizek contradiction that self-awareness is an object. It's not I think, therefore I am, it's I think, therefore it is. Basically, it's connected to the object or the other in which the truth about me is articulated. In order for me to go on, I have to recognize the other. I have to remove technical obstacles in ourselves and in the material cases in order to get in touch with something that it's other, and usually it has time, it has a plan, it has a history, it came from somewhere, or they came from somewhere, and if we don't connect it with the abstract notion, not only with the refugees, it's always the same scenario. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Luca.
Yeah.
Please slowly finish.
Okay. I will, maybe. If we don't want to always if we don't want to begin always from scratch, I think the only way to continue is that we, I think, reflect on what is public time. Maybe this is not a right conclusion, but anyway.
Thank you very much. Maybe some immediate questions?
I have. When you were talking about this public time, I was thinking very much a lot about the universal basic income, especially in this kind of fragile time in which we live, and all these kind of eruptions and blah blah, and how to strengthen the community. I agree with you that this is really investing in this public time, but have you thought about this connection between the universal basic income or what the consequences would be if certain, let's say, countries, for example, if not the world, would actually go into this direction and implement kind of a notion of universal basic income?
This would mean that we would recognize our societies as communities of people, not individuals. It's basically it's affirmation of the. It would be affirmation of the idea that we have something in common, which is of bigger value than of solving biographic, but that's that basically what is the definition of individuality of this Polish theoretician, the fluid modernity, Bauman. When life becomes the individual solving of the systemic contradictions. Basically, what would be recognized again, I guess, is that you don't, basically it's the refusal of market logic in the society or in the states that are totally neoliberal, I guess, but this is something that you are much more familiar with, is basically recognizing that Marx was right from the beginning on, you know, that for the human development or the economic circumstances are crucial. Yeah, exactly that. This would be.
Maybe I have a comment or a question. You know, now with the end of the pandemic, so-called end of the pandemic, it's really symptomatic what you're talking about. So the public time is something limited, and now, you know, we have no audience here. We have no audience everywhere, but we have like 30 performances a day. But this is, I think, a symptom that is from a previous era, you know. Everything was set to that, to come to that point a long time ago with the neoliberal governments. But these new right-wing governments, I think they don't just eliminate this public time, but they are actually, because the neoliberal governments, they were, you know, they were really focused on the public, the sphere in terms of public spaces, you know. But now I think this revisionism of history is going on, and also the time is being privatized now. So we can now also talk about private time, not only private spaces.
Exactly. Basically, revisionism of history, I would say, it's always basically turning the history into property. It's privatization, and it's always, it's limited, and it's usually, it's a management of power, nothing else. It's not the history, it's basically how you do the business with how you accumulate your power. It's also what is interesting, you know, once public space or the public sphere erodes, what is interesting is that you have this phenomena of organization of the events for public in the private spaces. This festivalization, which is organized in the private apartments, which kind of course, it shows certain kind of awareness and responsibility of certain individuals towards communities. But on the other hand, I guess it's also, you know, with the connection with these Zoom situations, I have basically what the limit between your intimate space and public is eliminated. Or in this sense, private and public. And also what is interesting in the recent years regarding this private time, private time. What is interesting is that all the measures, all the sanitary precautionary health measures kind of intervene into the most, basically, yeah, intervene to the most intimate corners of your life, so that you don't have the feel, so that basically your somehow private or intimate space is invaded with the public measures.
Alia has another question.
Okay. I was thinking, you said that public time or the erosion of public time means living always in the present, as I understand. This was somehow the core definition of it. So for me, the interesting question is, what is the relationship to future and to the past of this public time? And for example, Bojana Kunst talks about projektivna časovnost. I don't know how to translate it, but this means grabbing the future, but not getting there, but not even living in the present. So, you know,
I would, but no, I'm theoretically not so
but just
good. But basically, what it means for me, this projective temporality, which she refers, for example, planning of your labor. For me, what it lacks. What it usually somehow, what is projected there is a product, not the labor. I don't know. I mean, you know, for this is maybe the different case in Germany or in Switzerland or so I mean, in terms of organizing for yourself, that basically you can make a living of the budget that you have for the project per year. For example, we are of the age with our references that if we would live in Germany, we would all earn enough to pay our social to make these social transfers that we have, then to rent an apartment, for example, to pay for our food, to pay for our holiday, and so on. We know, we have friends around, we know. It's another case in Great Britain, and it's another case somewhere else, in Eastern Europe mostly. But it's, so I think this projected temporality, it's basically the management, it's economic management of work. I don't know, I can't remember now. I mean, Bojana at the end of the book writes less work, although I think she's referring to this kind of what would Marx call defamiliarized production, or this, yeah, when basically the work is, basically it's referring to the work that you feel as a burden, not the joy, which if we are fortunate, we still can feel in some cases, but yeah, it's much more this productive work, not creative, I guess. This is the problem for me and this is exactly the future that this lack of public time generates. The future for which you are able to apply, but the question is whether you can get funded. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's move on to our last panelist. Jasmina Zalužnik is a dramaturg, theatrologist, and is working also as a producer with the Nomad Dance Academy Slovenia. A dear colleague of mine also, so Jasmina will present today Intensification of Choreopolitics. Please, Jasmina.
Yeah, this is more kind of a fragments of the paper, which is also like a kind of fragmented, and it's more like kind of open discussion of like some points that I reflected upon in the last year somehow with all this pandemic, and is probably also charged a bit with what Rog was talking, because we are having like quite a lot of discussion for the last few years already while working together. So I will apologize that it's like more like kind of briefing thoughts and stuff, but it's also I try to go into the direction of like kind of deconstructing the past in order to see the future. That's kind of the point. Propaganda of progress, stock market chaos, economic and natural diseases, violence, wars, climate change that ran wild, pandemic threats, and increased precarization are just some of the many reasons for the growing and all-pervasive anxiety. Sorry. Fear and existential horror. The COVID-19 pandemic has only uncovered such an existential state. The negative consequences of globalism combined with turbo or necro-capitalism, characterized by the reduction of the multidimensionality of life and its transformation to mere survival, have become more apparent than ever. Art and culture, as well as the segment of performing arts, which I will address in this paper, undoubtedly give diversity to life. I will first briefly outline some of impact on the ephemeral art forms of pandemic. Furthermore, I will continue with fragments thought on the potentiality of choreography and dance to further politicization of life. A year has passed since the celebration of reopening of the stages, which have almost overnight closed 3 months earlier. Even though the events had been held under restrictive, changing, and occasionally even impractical conditions and rules, the creative sector has coped with them relatively successfully. Planning with the established alternative scenarios to the principle A, B, C has become the so-called new reality, an increasingly addressed and internalized phrase as empty signifier. However, it's worth pointing out that this demonstrated resilience should not be understood as a positive currency, as the infinitive flexibility is inherent in neoliberal ideology and is as such merely a confirmation and an unreflective acceptance. Despite the positive results of international analysis showing the cultural institutions and events are not among the high-risk environments for the spread of COVID-19, after relaunching and only after a few months of operation, the houses of culture once again infamously closed their doors to the public in most European countries, but not everywhere. While in some countries, for example, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and some others, they continued with live performances. In others, the political elites judged that the risk was too great, the risk of infection, or perhaps even more the risk of experiential values that distance a person from the digital machinery and thus challenge the temporary community, its community experiences and core reflections, or perhaps the reasons for the snail-like opening and disproportionate conditions is simply an unsophisticated lobbying system. Proceeding with the distances between transmitted and direct experience, it is worth at least briefly mentioning the sudden difference between countries with closed and countries with open public cultural infrastructure as a possible factor for restructuring relations and values in the performing arts. It would be worth exploring what methodologies, ways of performing, tactics, and strategies of addressing the community and the collective have been developed during the pandemic by the artists in countries where public life was interrupted only for a short period of time, and what choreo-political conclusions were made by the artists through their research in the field of performing arts, as also possibility from the sphere of activism. These findings are crucial, I think, for the further politicization of the performing arts. I'm saying this because I think that everyone was infected or was kind of in close proximity somehow with pandemic. So like looking at different countries were reflected back to those places where the practices could continue somehow or that were not interrupted. With this, I primarily mean the transfer of content into the virtual space, which has resulted in the abandon of their primary medium and its essential components. And now to acceleration of reality and kind of propaganda of progress. Here I'm noting mainly and quoting Paul Virilio and Peter Sloterdijk. I think they are very important for this new reality in which we are living, although their claims and writings came from before. The acceleration of reality is a significant mutation in history, wrote Paul Virilio. Among other things, Hannah Arendt, with her iconic book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, reminds us that terror means the realization of the law of movement. Its objective is to enable the force of nature or history to whirl freely through humanity without being hindered by any spontaneous human act. With these findings, we must also consider the acceleration and to observe the speed that dictates the flow of our being. With immediate interactivity in the accelerated reality, we still move the boundaries of the present, the boundaries of the human thought and time. The society should be aware of their limits or of these limits of such acceleration, stop it or consciously step out of it, as the only possibility to preserve the multifacetedness and richness of life is codependent on the connection and intertwining of our lives with different temporalities. By this, I refer that there are differences between work and leisure time, day and night, seasons, and etc., which have been replaced by the linear law of 24/7. And of course, next to that, next to different temporalities, there are also chronopolitics. The logics of synchronization in which we are caught through attachment and dependence on the digital world has already radically devastated multi-rhythm and leveled it into arrhythmicality, so further struggle is possible only in the politicization of life as a complex, multifaceted and dynamic interplay of different temporalities, as I already stated. The propaganda policy of speed has not only entered the mental and emotional social consciousness, but also our kinetics. Our immobile bodies are attached to fragmented virtual communication networks, which at the same time impose a feeling of constant lagging behind, by which we just think of all this kind of unanswered email that came into our mailbox just now, non-upgraded virtual profiles, the inability to stay in contact with a spectrum of colleagues, quantities, partners, etc. The attachment to the digital networks and virtual worlds has not only produced the inability to catch up with the up-to-date information, but also flattened our perception of reality. Screens are like windshields in a car. With increased speed, we lose the sense of lateralization, which is an infirmity in our being in the world, its richness, its relief, its depth of field. There is a loss of the visual field and the anticipation of what really surrounds us. All of this reveals that with the pandemic, only an apparent cut in the continuum of the accelerated reality has occurred. We have eased the restriction of movement to which we have been subjected by our presence on digital networks. The activities that contributed to the heterogeneity and multifaceted nature of social life, included life artistic practices, have been replaced by flattened approximation transmitted to the virtual worlds. With transforming parts of social life to which transmission has been alien, we gave them up, at least for an indefinite period of time. In this way, we have blocked dialogue as a form of spontaneous, evolving form, mutual enrichment, learning, as well as personal and collective growth that extends beyond language and representation. Since necro-capitalism is in favor of flatness, and isolation and alienation of physicality, the tendency to extend technology to fields that have been alien to it must not and cannot surprise. Moreover, in order to achieve the objective of the accelerated and flattened reality, it was necessary to truncate exactly these areas and transform them into their otherness. And here we come to performing arts, which is also subjected by European Union, and it's like funding system where digitalization is really pushed. And as we heard today already in a few panels, there are some kind of thoughts of really kind of pushing and kind of prizing these areas. I'm against that. So, sketches for the futures with our own engagement in community forms. As only together we can create a more sustainable tomorrow. So we have to fight that. I think we need a community and with it a collective body. We need to detach ourselves from typified and standardized understanding of the world, and thus the place that an individual could occupy in society, for which we need strength and imagination. Maybe also one of these is theater or performing arts in general. I will not go like further in saloon art, vice versa, underground art, but I think that with kind of, I will not kind of miss spectacles for millions pounds that were built in the past, but neither I'm very keen with saloon art, which in the past was a kind of platform for exchange and intellectual collective building that created some of, or brought to some of some revolutions in the past. But I'm more interested in underground art, which seems as the underground and the way it lives and works is something that is kind of closed, and it's repeating the elitistic notion of being, or its hermeticism. So in that sense, I think that this kind of private or underground art forms in abandoned and other public and private spaces, in order to work for good, for the public, for the scene, for the community, or for the future as such, in their instability and uncertainty, this organizer will try to come up with ways to make a difference to the elitist rules of the game. It will reawaken the practice of different temporalities. The focus will be on open works, sketches, questions, and exploration which would correspond with the bodies of those present. Such art will not necessarily be beautiful, but rather brutal, uncertain, and maybe even witty. It will look for answers to the practice of common living, acting, and thinking of togetherness, based on a dialogue that could lead toward building respectfulness, new ethics of living and being together. Similar to the underground, I imagine nomadic forms of living on the periphery, where artists of different disciplines, theoreticians, and their loyal followers will meet. As we saw during the pandemic, the rural environments were the ones that had bypassed somehow the restrictions of movement and had maintained the physically connected group bodies with a greater ease. Instead of identity policies, these communities, new communities, maybe temporary, maybe more kind of stable, will be driven toward building a collective body open to unknown becoming. The theory and practice of contemporary dance and choreography will also fit conventionally into this field, as they have always sought and proposed a materialized, socially agile body open to potentiality. They're interested in the body as a field of forces that is constantly negotiating its position and fighting for appropriation and self-control. In this search, it is today especially pertinent to invent bodies of residence, considering the choreography of body potential for energetic social action, for engaging in discursive counter-attach under the forms and force of movement. Choreopolitical intensification. This mentioned place, okay, I will just try to briefly sketch that. This mentioned place can be thought as the conceptualization of choreopolitical intensification, as has been established by André Lepecki in his article From Choreopolitical Circulation to Choreopolitical Intensification, Dance as Critic of Freedom or the Task of the Dances. The choreographers, dancers, and so on are Lepecki is deriving this thesis from Hannah Arendt again, posthumously published work, The Promise of Politics, in which she states, "We have arrived in a situation where we do not know, at least not yet, how to move politically." I would say that this is even more pertinent to date, and it's not yet, but even less we know how to move politically today. With this realization, Arendt warns that by limiting the freedom of movement, there is a threat of the disappearance of what is presumed to be political. The political thing, that is freedom, is not something one can hold or fix, but a difficult, ever-evolving, always moving commitment. It is less an object and a subject than a movement in multiplicity, defined by multitudinal intersubjective action, one that moreover must be learned, rehearsed, nurtured, and above all experimented with, practiced and experienced. Randy Martin in one or many of his texts actually lucidly establishes and defines the contemporary dance as an artistic practice where time and space are expressively generated in the course of performance, and not simply an activity that possesses through an already given spatio-temporal medium. Dancing bodies reference a social kinesthetic, a sentient apprehension of movement and a sense of possibility as to where motion can lead us that amounts to a material amalgamation of thinking and doing as world-making activity. In that sense, this goes very well back together to our choreo intensification, as political speech and political hearing actualize an open, precarious, unpredictable, and yet necessary and eventful movement of exchange, not of commands and their implementation as in policies, but exchange of political things crisscrossing the multitude in order to promote conversation and the creation of plans. In other words, converging divergence whose sole purpose, direction, and meaning is once again the movement known as freedom. And maybe we can somehow end here.
Thank you, Jasmina. Would somebody like to respond?
I basically came to my mind. I don't, like that acceleration that is so much discussed as far as I know, in the recent years, in accordance with the end of basically the promised end of this tortured period, could be also basically the consequence of erosion of the public time, in terms that this could be exactly this present moment that is basically a time without breaks. This present moment that is running towards its conclusion.
It is even more that it doesn't have, I mean, it's not only about like having like continuum, but it's more that even this continuum is broken. It goes, it's somehow kind of danced together, like kind of even more danced. I don't know how to explain, but if you look at the line, I would say that we are always a bit in the past already. So we are kind of freaking out because we will never catch something. And this is what I see on the digital platform, and therefore I'm like fighting really. I'm not so much talking here about the theater as such, because it's not my medium somehow, or I'm much more interested in dance, or the practice of dance and choreography, and how to be together, and what is the body, and how to understand better our own bodies through dance and choreography, because those are the experts that know best, that know how to push us in a right direction, or how to experiment with us and lead us towards something better in the future. So I'm not so much about this artistic form, but for me, artistic knowledge is more kind of a tool for appreciation the life, or being together, community, understanding, connections, connectivity, ethics, and etc. Yeah. Can we? Yeah. Are we finished?
You would like to finish? Sure. Is there another question? Maybe I would just like to express that I really like the manifestative way of your expose, because we really had a lot of analysis today, and I think that this is a nice way actually to finish. So thank you, Jasmina.
Stay positive, be connected, be stay in the same space.
Accelerate
information. Maybe also like thank you Alja and Tomaž, who organized this panel, and Društvo teatrologov Slovenije.
And that you had the patience with us.
Yeah.
Okay. Just, it's okay, it's okay. It's fine. Just 3 final things. First, I think we listened to many strong papers, where we tackle many burning issues. There will be a monograph published, and where you will be able to read those papers in full length. Second, I would like to thank again to Bošnjakov Srečanje to host this event. I would like to also express my gratitude to the participants and our loyal public. And third, now I pretty much feel like Bruce Willis in the movie The Last Man Standing. Okay, thank you. See you next year.